266. PRP 277. PRP 277. SDP 225. SDP 225. YPP 347. YPP 347. ZLP 1121. 1121. The total valid votes 733,203. 733,203. Rejected votes 23,541. 23,541. The total votes cast 756,744. 756,744. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Scope, any comments? Yes, I can see a hand from a distance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopi Agu, the party agent for African Action Congress. I'd like to have a situation where I'm hoping you're going to do this. If any scope is coming here to present, I think you should instruct them to first tell us that the results they are presenting had already been uploaded. It's a simple thing. If you can tell them to tell us this, it makes it easy for everybody, and we won't have this rancor we're having here.
Noted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can see a hand there.
Sir, we made an observation, and you assured us that you gave us 30 minutes to look at the result and then come off with
Did I assure you that I'll give you 30 minutes?
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Did I assure you I will give you 10 minutes? Or
well, whether there is assurance or no assurance, you say we should do it. And now I have done mine. And I come out in Kwara, there is an overvoting of 7,330.
Sorry.
That is why we say it. It is very important. Sorry, sir. It is very important. We just don't read. The result was read, was presented at polling unit, and it came to the collation center, at the collation center in the World Collation Center. It came to local government collation center, at the state collation center, and we'll be receiving the same treatment. Then when we came here for final approval or presentation of the result, and then we also be treated the same way. Sir, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Any specific comments on the result presented? We will then take the next state, and I think there is no other state immediately available. We will have an interlude. During the interlude, you can interrogate the results, and when we come back after the interlude, we'll talk about your observations on the results presented. Meanwhile, on the specific question whether these results are the same result that emanated from the polling units, which is critical, let the scope and or the rec speak to that. But what I've seen is that these results are endorsed by all the agents of all the political parties at different levels. Okay, the scope or the rec, they are the same result that emanated from the polling units as collated.
Of course.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Dino. I wish you can resume your seat. I've listened to you. Any specific question? No. Apart from that, any specific question on what has been presented? Any specific question? Who hasn't spoken before? PRP has spoken. There is a gentleman in front of the agent of the PRP. Yes, the one in black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mohammed. I'm the agent for NRM. Mr. Chairman, my advice is before the state coalition agents should come here, they should verify their figures very well. Because we are sitting here in front of the whole Nigerians, the whole world. These figures should be looked into. That is my suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. We'll always do so, verify and cross-check figures. As the gentleman in white.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sule Mohammed. I'm the party agent for PRP. What I want to inquire is, what is the position of law on this issue of uploading of results?
The law does not require that collation should be done on the basis of results transmitted. It's on the basis of results carried forward manually and physically to the various collation centers. But while there are discrepancies, then it is the transmitted result that it should be used to resolve the discrepancies. But why do these discrepancies arise? Discrepancies arise at the level of polling, after a polling unit collation at ward level. So, any specific question, any further specific question? We can't be going back and forth on this matter. We'll come back to it.
My second question,
we can't
Mr.
be
Chairman.
going back and forth. Okay, second question.
Yes, sir.
PRP.
Yes. Yesterday, at the course of the beginning of your statement, you said you will have on the side collation secretariat. And I assume this collation secretariat is supposed to interrogate whatever results the scope and the recs are bringing. It's advisable, like NRM indicated, that these things should be interrogated and checked and cross-checked so that we do not have this embarrassing situation of people claiming that there is overvoting, there is undervoting whatsoever. Just my own piece of advice.
Thank you. We have noted the claims, and I'm happy you said the claims. Any specific issue on the result? Okay. We still have Ondo. We'll take Ondo, and I don't think there's any other scope around at the moment. Then there will be an interlude. Is there any issue with the figures you have presented that you would like to use the collation secretariat to cross-check?
No, as we arrive, everything has been cross-checked, and we are good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. But are there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
There was some,
reasons?
There was nowhere elections didn't hold, but there were some cancelled results.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are they, and what are the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting. And this came from the polling units.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please submit your report. Okay, Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? I will come back to you. Please take your seat. Please. I noted your observations. We'll come back to these observations. Next state is, I think, Ondo. Is the rep Ondo around and the scope? Okay, the rec and the scope and the admin sec in the absence of the resident electoral commissioner. AdminSec, introduce yourself and let the scope introduce himself and make your presentation for Ondo State.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Oyekola Oyelami, the Administrative Secretary, INEC Ondo State. My name is Professor Fashina Abayami Sunday, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Ekiti. Honorable Chairman, can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, we have 18 local governments in Ondo State. Presentation go thus. The number of registered voters, 1,991,344. 1,991,344. Number of accredited voters, 571,402. 571,402. For the parties, Party A, 414. 414. Party AA, 196. 196. Party AAC, 890. 890. Party ADC, 5612. 5612. Party ADP, 1266. 1266. Party APC, 369924. 369924. Party APGA, APGA, 1206. 1206. Party APM, 319. 319. Party APP, 235. 235. Party BP, 200. 200. Party LP, 47350. 47350. Party NNPP, 930. 930. Party NRM, 347. 347. Party PDP, 115463. 115,463. Party PRP, 240. 240. Party SDP, 1293. 1293. Party YPP, 340. 340. Party ZLP, 4783. 4783. Total valid votes, 551,008. 551,008. Number of rejected votes, 19,009. 19009. Total vote cast, 570,017. 570,017.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
Yeah, in 4 local government area with RA, 8 RA, with 11 polling units and registered voters of 5363 and PVC of collected 3156. We have cases of overvoting in this.
Sorry, go over the figures carefully. 4 local governments.
Yes, sir.
How many RAs?
8.
8 RAs. How many PUs affected?
11.
Number of registered voters?
5363.
And PVCs collected?
3156.
3156. And what were the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting.
Overvoting. And are these recorded in detail in the EC40G?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Comments? Okay, please submit your results. Coalition Secretariat, do we have any scope around? Not yet. Coalition Secretariat? Okay. At this point, we'll take a short break and resume in the next 1 hour, hoping that some additional scope would have arrived. Thank you.
Expected. Really, when security is planned in phases, just like we have the phases of the process.
36909. If the right thing is not done, we will not.
It's very unfortunate that party agents will not contribute to what happened in various states. We are here just to consolidate or to support the evil or the iniquity. That's the different thing. Since we have not talked, and we have been listening to them.
Please, party agents, come with me, please. 1 minute.
You don't trust your process. The process was right. Protect it. Let the whole world do this.
Check T. Check T. Check T. T1 T. Check 1 2. Yeah. Check T.
Been an interesting, I think we should say 1 hour at the International Conference Center venue of the Presidential Collation Center of Nigeria's 2023 general elections, the presidential election, in the country.
Indeed, you have a situation where it's high drama. We expected high drama, especially because of what had happened in the before this presentation started. of course, the party agents of some of the parties making their voices heard, even
in
up
their
to
cases.
the point of being disruptive, as the INEC chairman did point out there, that to some extent, the process is now being sort of circumscribed, because what they expected was that a comparison could be made between the results being submitted by the scopes and what was uploaded onto the IRF by the electoral officers at the various levels. Ayo and I were checking as each result was being given, and while we can confirm that in the case of Ondo and in the case of
practically all the three states already. There are some of them.
Many of the results.
Yes.
Many of the results had been uploaded.
Yes.
Even though not all of them.
Not all,
we
yes.
noted that not all of them have been uploaded to the IRF.
Especially at the ward levels.
Yeah, which is probably what the party agents. But a 1-hour break has been announced by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, which means that they expect to reconvene, possibly to take more states from 2 p.m. Today. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yes, one thing to note is, one of the states that, we heard the results was Kwara State. And if we remember Kwara from yesterday, Jide is still with us. Kwara, now that you've heard that announcement, what more do you have to tell us?
I think Jide has given himself an escape route yesterday, because he said history will be made either way. Which was
sustained or broken.
I saw that coming once he was beginning to say it. That it's either history is sustained or it's changed. So, but Jide, let me allow you now that the result is in. I mean, at least the scope from Kwara has come to Abuja and has been allowed to submit the result.
So yes, history. This is the 10th time we're having a presidential election in Kwara State. The 9 previous times, the evidence shows that Kwara State has been the only state that whoever wins in Kwara goes on to be declared as the president. Kwara is also in that zone that every person that has become president always wins the North Central zone. So we've seen the results from Kwara. We're waiting to find out if Kwara will still hold its position in our history books. We're also still waiting to find out if the North Central will hold its place in our history books as being that zone that always predicts who becomes president. But for viewers, we need to summarize what has happened between yesterday and today. We've seen at the National Coalition Center, the chairman announced 4 states. We've seen at the state level, the commissioners at the state, at 4 different states, announced their own results. So in all, we have 8 states, and we'll go into the summation of those 8 states. However, 4 out of these 8 states are in the southwest. 1 state has been announced in the North Central, Kwara. 2 states have been announced in the northeast, Gombe and Yobe, and only 1 out of the 7 states in the northwest has been announced, which is Katsina. The summation is across all these 8 states, which includes the 4 that have been announced in Abuja and the 4 that have been announced at the state level, the PDP is currently in the lead. The summation of those 8 states, the APC is in the lead. I beg your pardon. The APC is in the lead if you sum all those 8 states. Total votes scored in APC across Ekiti, Kwara, Osun, Ondo, Katsina, Yobe, Gombe, and Lagos. APC has a total vote scored of 2.5 million votes. The PDP second, 1.7 million votes. Labour Party third, 724,000 votes. That is the summation as at this moment across the 8 states. Another perspective is to look at these 8 states relative to what happened in 2019. In 2019, the APC won in Ekiti with a margin over the PDP of 65,000 votes. This time around, the APC won in Ekiti, but with a wider margin, 111,000 votes over the PDP. In Kwara, in 2019, the APC won with a margin of 170,000 votes. This time, APC still won Kwara, but with a lesser margin, 120,000 votes. What happened in Osun 2019? The APC won with a margin of a little over 10,000 votes. This time in Osun, the APC has lost with similar margin, less than 10,000 votes over the PDP. In Katsina, the APC won 924,000 votes. This time around, in Katsina, the PDP won with a margin of less than 7,000 votes. Let's go to Gombe. In Gombe, the APC has won a margin of 264,000 votes. In Gombe this time around, that was Gombe 2019. Gombe 2023, the PDP has won with a margin of 172,000 votes. We go to Yobe, state number 6. APC won in 2019 with a margin of 447,000 votes. Yobe 2023, the PDP has won with a margin of 47,000 votes. Lagos. 2019, the APC won over the PDP with a margin of 132,000 votes. This time, Labour Party, Peter Obi, won in Lagos, but it was a close one, less than 10,000 votes. And then the final state, the 8th state, Ondo State. In 2019, the APC lost Ondo with a margin of 34,000 votes. This time in Ondo, 2023, the APC has won with a margin 254,000 votes. The summation across the 4 states that has been read from Abuja and the 4 states that have been read in the various states, the summation again, APC in the lead. Total votes scored across those 8 states, 2.5 million votes. Total votes scored by the PDP across those 8 states, 1.7 million votes.
Jide, much of that is extremely important, and the results are what is causing the disruption that was attempted at the International Conference Center. But now I understand we're talking to some of the party agents who were dissatisfied with the process thus far, and our correspondents are there at the ICC.
Anyway, I raised the issue of the fact that in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act, Section 60 and Section 64, 4 of the Electoral Act 2002 as amended, that there will be transmission of results from the polling units. And the INEC chairman and Festus Okoye have repeatedly told Nigerians that there will be transmission of results from polling unit directly to the server. And we found out that this has not been done. INEC failed in this regard. And when I raised this issue today, supported by other party agents, the national chairman of INEC vehemently evaded that, because what Section 47(3) emphasizes is that wherever the card reader or the beavers failed, if they cannot get a replacement, elections should be cancelled in those areas. And we have seen from the presentation of the results from Ekiti yesterday that some places were cancelled as a result of bypassing beavers. So the only way to detect that beavers have been bypassed is for us to see the uploaded results. And we insisted that the chairman should show us here now the uploaded results state by state, just like the way they are displaying the collated results they are presenting. And that is the only way to test the veracity and authenticity of these results. If not, we are only here to endorse the fraud that has been done from the unit to the ward to the state. We are not here to rubber stamp infractions. We are not here to rubber stamp the abnormalities that have been done. We are here to check them. But the national chairman of INEC is not giving us opportunity to question what they are doing. He's saying that all has been done, meaning we are just here to rubber stamp. And we are going to prove that we are not here to rubber stamp. We have no other country to call our own but this country. We are going to do everything humanly possible to make sure that the right thing must be done.
What exactly are you going to do now, you and the other political parties?
We have just met now, and we are going to make a presentation by the time we resume. And if they insist that they are not going to respond to us, then you will see the action we will take. But we want to tell you, that we will not allow, having suffered a pain in this country, having suffered poverty, hunger, kidnapping, killings, we will not allow a continuation of failure. We must make sure that the right thing is done. And national chairman is putting his integrity on test. We are putting his integrity on test. Nigerians are watching. The world is watching. Even the dead are watching to see what INEC will do. But the battle to make sure that only authentic results will be announced here today is the battle of no retreat, no surrender.
So that was Senator Dino Melaye. Right now, the INEC chairman has announced a break to reconvene in an hour's time. So we're just going to have to watch and see what the PDP agents and other political party agents, what they intend to do about the situation.
All right, thanks, Linda. We've heard from Senator Dino Melaye. He's keeping the cards close to his chest about what they intend to do in the aftermath. But I must ask you, while this break is on, what is the situation there now within the hall? It does look like, from those of us who are watching from here, it does look as if the tension is still there.
Getting more and more tense as the minutes go because of what is happening in the hall, because of the position of the INEC chairman not allowing the IRF results to be shown on the display board as requested by some of the party agents. So it's a bit tense here, and our journalists are still milling around with the local and international observers. But right now it's a watch and see situation rather.
All right, thank you very much, Linda. We'll get back to you just as we get to the top of the next hour when the proceedings are expected to resume. Our correspondent, Linda Akibe, at the International Conference Center, venue of the National Collation Center of INEC for the 2023 presidential election. Thank you, Linda.
It would also be nice to know if that was the consensus of most of the political parties who were there.
Well, they were there with Senator Melaye, and I assume he's been made spokesperson because the others haven't said it, and he kept on referring to we. So we'll have to wait and see how that situation.
However, interestingly, you kept asking us to check, the IRF portal just to be sure. What we can find is that, looking at the IRF now, 3 states were announced, Kwara, Osun, and Ondo. All those states have results at the ward levels uploaded, but not all. That needs to be put out there because, as at this moment, for instance, Gambari 1 ward in Kwara State, out of the 23 polling units, 7 have been uploaded. And a number of others like that, on and on and on like that. So those issues, that needs to be put out. Almost all the local government, almost all the wards have results uploaded, but not all of them. The percentage, that's another thing to see altogether.
All right. Major General Henry Ayola, thank you for your patience while all that drama was going on. And, of course, I guess it speaks to what we were talking about before we had to go there, the issue of this being an emotional enterprise. I think it was Eze Nwawagu who described it as that, your co-guest earlier on. But I wondered if what you made of what you just watched, even as we wind down this segment of the discussion at the end of this time. What did you make of what you just saw, and what would you say should be done now to ensure that the process going forward is smoother, shall we say?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me there?
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I was actually itching to have an opportunity to comment on the drama we saw a few minutes ago. I'm really not very enchanted about it. And I think this again brings to the fore the point I've always made on your channels here, the opportunities in the past, that we as a people need to systemize how we do things. I mean, for me, it's a huge shame that from 1999 to now, this is what we are presenting to the world of how to run a collation center. First and foremost, my first concern is there should be a template. There should be a template, a format for what the scope used in presenting this report per state. That will be so simple, stated out, and all that we need to insert is which state is this, and all of those things that the chairman is now asking them before they can say it should have been there in the format, and they will just run through it. The only thing that will be inserted is what state and total number of votes accredited, total voted, and all of those things will be there. It simplifies and it will maximize the use of time. That's why formats are used, you know, so that, I mean, I saw in Kano State, they were even calling names of candidates. Well, there should be one single format. If you are using names of parties, it should just be parties. But that's one. Then the area of security of that center, we saw the drama. You know, again, that shouldn't happen at all. From the beginning, in the opening remarks of the chairman for the day, there should have been some house rules that will state if you become disruptive of the proceedings of this process, you will get 3 warnings. At the end of 3 warnings, you will be escorted out of the hall, neatly and nicely. That's how, I mean, civilized societies behave. You can't be in a place and disrupt the whole place against, you know, all the pleadings and the, you know, all the pleading of the chairman, and they'll just get away with it. It's not done. What will we be teaching? What will we be passing on to the next generation? So I don't know which channel we can use to get this across to INEC. There should be a statement at the beginning of every proceeding. These are the house rules. And that must include, if you become disruptive of this meeting, after 3 warnings, you will be escorted or removed from the hall, you know, quietly and nicely. I'm glad I have the opportunity to say this. But it all boils down to the fact that all the lessons learned from 1999 to now, we are not showing them. We are not showing them. We have done this too many times that by now, there should be some standard template for everything. That's the concept of systems. Having procedures and processes that have been standardized over time, and they are updated with each experience and lessons learned. But we are not showing it. Thank you very much.
Sadly, they haven't, seeing as we use the card readers, you know, the previous year, and this is the BVAS, and then you have the IREV. It doesn't take away the message, which Senator Dino was saying. Upload the results, display them. Let's look at them side by side with the results that you have on hand.
Indeed. It doesn't take away that message because that was the advertised method that was to be used for the result. But General Ayola, because of your time and our time, let me thank you so very much for participating in our discussions on the 2023 elections coverage. At this time, General Ayola has been with us for quite a bit. I want to thank you for your time, and do have a pleasant rest of today, even though as we progress with the coverage. Thank you, General.
Thank you very much.
All right, then. Let's come back here. Jude, I'm going to give you 1 minute or two to conclude what you wanted to say before we went to Abuja the first time, hoping that you can remember where you were. And
that nothing has changed with the results
that you now have. If things have changed, then of course you will require some time to impute that, won't you?
Nothing has changed. We have 8 states that have been released officially by the Commission, 4 from, again, the state level, 4 from the national level. But it's still a long time to go. We still have 28 states and Abuja. But what started out as a 3-horse race is now looking more like a 2-horse race. And I'll explain why. What happened this time last 4 years when these 8 state results had been announced? These same 8 states, the APC was leading with a margin of 1.9 million votes. 1.9 million. These same 8 states, in 2019, the APC had a margin of 1.9 million votes over the PDP. APC, PDP. This time around, the APC is still in the lead, but the PDP has caught up. The margin of lead of the APC over the PDP has been cut short to 753,000 votes. That is the situation we have as at now. Above all, APC has the majority, 2.5 million votes. Second, PDP, 1.7 million votes. But the reason why this horse is behind is because across all these 8 states, it has scored less than 1 million votes. Again, let's not forget, PDP, this same 8 states 4 years ago, APC was in the lead, 1.9 million votes. APC is still in the lead, but the Waziri of Adamawa is catching up. The margin has been cut to 753,000 votes. We are waiting for the Commission to officially release the results of the 28 states that are outstanding and Abuja. Will the Waziri catch up, or will it be the BAT?
Or possibly, will it be this horse that is at the back that may end up, pulling a surprise and catching up?
It's possible, and why it's possible is there are two zones that officially have not declared any result, the South-South and the Southeast. What we know is a lot of voters are, with new PVCs, are in these two regions. Did they turn out to vote? The results will let us know. Millicent.
That's also something we're seeing in terms of the number of people who came out to vote vis-a-vis the number of registered voters.
Yes, that was something you and I were discussing earlier on, and I think some of our analysts talked about that yesterday. That is that, oh yes, it's good to talk about number of people who picked up their PVCs, large number, 87.2 million, if my memory serves me well. But how many of them on election day actually turned out to vote? Even from the 4 state results and from the 4 results announced at the National Collation Center, it does appear as if the number of those who actually turned out to vote, that is accredited voters, was simply a fraction of the number.
Which is something significant, and I'm pretty sure that Jide is going to come at us with those figures, because the last time I checked, I think we had about 8 or 9 million voters in Lagos, and as at...
No, I think that the number is about
6 million.
6 million in Lagos, but as at now, from all the results that we had so far, I'm not sure it's up to 2 million.
And so what we've seen, based on the results that have been released, 2019 again, only 1.2 million people came out to vote in Lagos State on presidential election day. This result shows that only 1.3 million. So what we see is about the same number of persons that voted in Lagos during the presidential election 4 years ago came out this time around. In simple terms, only 1 out of 5 PVC holders in Lagos came out to vote. However, they were the ones that decided they wanted the Labour Party and Peter Obi. So Peter Obi, Labour Party won in Lagos, though it was a small margin, less than 10,000 votes. And that brings us to the point why citizens need to come out to vote. Only 10,000 people made the difference. Only 10,000 people. And imagine what would have happened if those 10,000 had stayed at home. 10,000 out of 1.3 million people that came out to vote made the difference for Peter Obi.
Let's not forget the places we had disruptions and, contention, disparity in the numbers as well. That could make a difference.
And which will still need to be reflected and recognized by the time the scope of Lagos gets to Abuja. But we've since been joined by the Senior Manager Strategy of Paradigm Initiative is Mr. Adeboye Adegoke. Mr. Adeboye Adegoke, thank you for your time. Welcome, Mr. Adegoke is in our Abuja studios. Thank you for your time. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
Now, before we ask you any questions, I'm being prompted that the Collation Center in Adamawa is now ready. There's some activity there. Adamawa State, of course, is the home state of one of the presidential candidates of the PDP. Please, I want you to see the visuals from that Collation Center in Adamawa State. There you have it. So let's listen in.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO for Hong will present the final part of his presentation. Please, let's listen. Please, let's have silence.
Hello? Hello?
Please, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello? So, this is the final part of my presentation that I started times ago. So the total valid votes is 48,120. 48120. The rejected votes is 1,615. 1615. And then the total vote cast is 49,735. 49735. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, thank you. You can bring the, yeah. And then, CEO, do you have cases of cancellation in Hong? Yeah? Coalition officer, you are the one. Do you have cases of cancellation?
No, I don't have any cases of
Thank you.
cancellation.
Thank you very much.
Femi Gbajabiamila won his seat in Lagos. Then, of course, technical issues with audio from the Collation Center in Adamawa State in Yola there. As you can see, we're keeping tabs on it. I believe that as soon as we've sorted that out, we might be able to go back and listen in. But in the meantime, I was welcoming Mr. Adeboye Adegoke to the program before we had to cut that short and go to Yola. So, Mr. Adegoke, perhaps we may have a bit of time to, or enough time for you to at least say a few words about your impressions. Unfortunately, not at this point. It seems as if the audio problems have been resolved, so let's go back to Yola in Adamawa State.
Local governments. What we'll do now is for me as the returning, the coalition officer for Adamawa State to fill the statutory form as provided by the law. I will fill it with the figures we have all seen presented by the coalition officers from the local governments. Thereafter, all petty agents present would sign. Then they will be given copies, and copies will also be given to the security agents present. Then the original copy will now be taken to the INEC coalition. Yeah. So this is it. This is the original form, and we are opening it now.
There was general trust by officials, agents, and voters in the integrity of the beavers. On the matter of ballot papers, several challenges were encountered with ballot papers. The group has not been able to establish full details regarding these issues, but will make more substantive comments in the final report where necessary. On the communication strategy of INEC, the INEC provided public assurances of its preparedness and readiness to conduct the elections as scheduled, including the recruitment and training of polling staff, distribution of materials and other logistics in advance of election day. While we commend the fact that INEC conducted press conferences at various intervals, we noted that INEC's identification and measures to address various logistical challenges which were experienced on election day were not always communicated in real time. On voter turnout, we observed that there was variation in voter turnout. We'll explore this aspect further and provide an assessment in our final report. On participation and inclusion, it was encouraging to note that priority was accorded to pregnant and nursing mothers, persons with disabilities, and elderly people. INEC is also to be commended for its efforts at fostering greater inclusion especially for persons with disabilities, by providing assistive devices at polling units, including braille, ballot guides, and magnifying glasses. On the role of party agents of political parties were present in many of the polling units. And party agents are an important element of the electoral process, but their behavior, as observed, was not always positive. We witnessed a number of polling units with significant numbers of party agents, many of whom were not wearing INEC accreditation badges. On security, the group observed the presence of security officials at most polling stations. They were professional, unobtrusive, they carried out their duties diligently, and respected the rights of voters to cast their ballots. On the secrecy of the ballot, and some polling units observed were in open spaces, while others were in tents and indoors in public buildings. Therefore, the layout varied from polling unit to polling unit, and for the most part, the secrecy of the ballot was assured, though we noted in some cases that the positioning of polling booths potentially compromised a secrecy. And in a number of polling stations, voters could have benefited from more voter education on the folding of the ballot papers, as some voters were unintentionally exposing their vote on their ballot papers. As chairperson, I had the opportunity to visit several situation rooms on election day, including the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room, the Gender and Election Watch Situation Room, and the Inclusive Friends Data Center. And some of our observers also managed to visit other situation rooms, including IAGA, Africa, and the Clean Foundation situation rooms. These initiatives should be encouraged as they enhance transparency, and provide a national perspective on key data emerging from the electoral process, especially on election day. And this instills a degree of confidence in the electoral process. On closing the ballot units, the polling stations, and counting, and due to the late start, there were still long queues at some of the polling stations or polling units at the time of the closing of the polls. However, it was observed that those who were in the queues at 2:30 p.m., when the polls closed, were allowed to vote. The close and count followed the due process for the most part, with a high degree of transparency. And though various polling units experienced significant delays in closing due to their late openings, we found that the management of closing and count procedures varied in consistency. And one of the marked challenges we noted was the fact that as voting hours were extended, the close and count had to take place in the dark in many cases. It was noted that at some polling units, there was no proper lighting to facilitate counting at night. We note that lamps were not provided to polling staff to assist them in carrying out their crucial duties at this phase of the process. And on results management, we observed that the results were not uploaded on the INEC results viewing portal in real time as expected in many of these cases. We acknowledge the statement released by INEC in this regard. And to conclude, as the results process continues, let me end by reiterating the desire that all Nigerians, especially the candidates who contested elections, continue to uphold their pre-election commitment to peace. The group strongly encourages all Nigerians to exercise patience to allow INEC and its staff across the country to conclude the results process effectively and peacefully. And we wish to reiterate the assessment of the previous Commonwealth Observer Group in 2019 that electoral reform remains a continuous process, building on what has worked successfully, addressing shortcomings in an inclusive and transparent manner that is welcomed by all relevant interest parties to various aspects of the electoral process. We encourage INEC to conduct a thoroughgoing post-election review of the electoral process to draw constructive lessons from previous elections, and would also encourage the consideration for the establishment of appropriate domestic mechanisms to take forward recommendations proposed by all citizen and international observer missions. The Commonwealth Observer Group will make relevant recommendations in its final report. Notwithstanding the shortcomings identified in these elections, Nigerians were largely accorded the right to vote, and we trust that the final stages of collation and announcement of results will continue to be handled in a transparent, a peaceful, and credible manner. We congratulate all Nigerians for their determination, their patience and resilience displayed throughout the electoral process. And we call on all of them, all Nigerians, to maintain the same commitment in the post-election period, especially as Nigeria prepares to return to the polls on the 11th of March for the gubernatorial and other elections. And we call on all those with grievances to address disputes through the prescribed legal challenges. The time now is for restraint and continued patience as we await the final results. And indeed, as President Koroma said earlier this morning, that we will continue to be in Nigeria to help facilitate a peaceful resolution of any matters that may arise in the post-election period. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll now take some questions from the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand and a mic will be given to you. I don't see any hands.
All right.
We are live in Abuja. Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former president of South Africa, they're part of the ECOWAS team that has been observing the elections in Nigeria, just finished his report there, verbal report, and now they're about to take questions from the media. The report pretty much mixed, where they praised INEC for attending to women with infants and people with disabilities, allowing them access to voting, but they also faulted the lack of equipment, lack of lighting, at different polling units, also INEC arriving late, and the number of the other technical issues, and as well as going back to our conversation with the public relations officer of the Lagos Command of Police, they also, ECOWAS, Mr. Mbeki, His Excellency, highlighting insecurity and safety for voters in Nigeria.
One thing that he also mentioned, when it came to the ballot box secrecy, I like the fact that he mentioned that the position of polling booths compromised secrecy to a large extent. And he also made it mention of the fact that some members of the electorate unintentionally exposed, their ballot paper or their votes or who they voted for at the polling units, besides, the popular ones that we're already aware of. Right. In
voter education. Yeah. So it's a good point. He mentioned the need for more voter education because he said, people, like you said, inadvertently exposing, who they voted for. So that's also a very comprehensive report there from
Absolutely. And we don't expect anything less. I mean, Thabo Mbeki has become a veteran with regards to election observations across Africa. And one of the places, of course, where a very hot spot that he was able to resolve with the several disputes that have happened in elections in Kenya. Now, he was one of the main mediators who was able to bring Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga to the table for a handshake. And the reason I bring this up is because he did emphasize at the end that he's available for any peaceful resolution of conflict that may arise. And, with diplomats, they don't just throw things out there. Yeah. So I think it's important for us to note that and to continue to hope and encourage our leaders that let's accept the results when they are declared by INEC. And if we don't agree with them, let's take the necessary, the petitions, the steps that the law affords you to dispute.
Excellent point, because if we tie this back to Dino Melaye's rant, he did threaten there would be legal action if things don't go their way, which is right.
So, I don't expect less.
Yeah, so Mr. Mbeki and so on would be expected to try to maybe mediate these issues if that is to unfold. But I think the talking points from the coverage we've been doing now since the election and it was very, very good that we're now getting the observers to comment on this. INEC has some work to do.
Some?
A lot.
Okay.
quite a bit. I mean, the point has been made several times that this election has been about logistics, arriving on time, making sure that materials are there. We saw a report. I mean, we've had so many reports: lack of ink, lack of writing material. People having to go and provide tables. I'm sure if it was Bielsa or if it was Delta State.
Someone brought a generator to power the PVAS.
Right. So the main thing here is INEC going to be able, when you take our 24/7 coverage from us and other media outlets, the feedback from the observers, international observers with bodies like ECOWAS, security with our discussion with Mr. Hunde, are things going to be... The next test is March 11th, right? The next test is the gubernatorial election, and, that's what everyone is going to be hoping for, that things there turn around.
Honestly, I've forgotten who we had here talking
about... We've had lots of guests.
Talking about the accreditation, the mock accreditation. One of the questions I recall asking was, how seriously did INEC take that mock accreditation? Because... The records in terms of a late arrival and whatnot, we still saw a repeat of history. Yeah. When it came to people finding their polling units, it was one of the concerns that was expressed by the analysts that would also be an issue on election day. Yeah. I'm sure INEC did their best.
Right.
The best was definitely... not good enough. And one thing that I found a bit, this is really, it has nothing to do with this broadcast that we just saw, but earlier on during the collation meeting, I found it a bit
uncomfortable,
unsettling.
When the INEC chairman said collation is not done based on the basis of transmission, but based on the availability at the collation center. Then I went on my phone to check IREV. I see that they have just about 50-something thousand votes uploaded out of the polling.
A leadership expert who joins us now to discuss the rights of the physically challenged in the exercise. Good to have you on the show, sir, and thank you so much for joining us. So, in fact, we'll just jump right in. His Excellency, Mr. Mbeki, former president of South Africa, did give kudos to INEC for attending to people with disabilities. Do you agree with that from your observations? Have people with disabilities been given?
I totally do. I totally do. INEC did a fantastic job of accommodating persons with disabilities. And you know, this has been year on year, you know, advocacy, fighting for the rights of persons with disabilities. And yes, I commend INEC for the great job that they have done. But something was missing there. We missed a point. This would have been a good opportunity for INEC to harvest more data of persons with disabilities. There was a form EC004 or something that they were supposed to give us to record persons with disabilities and vulnerable persons that were on the queue. But we missed that point because a lot of the presiding officers didn't have that form. So in 2 weeks' time when we go for the Gubas, I call on INEC to please ensure that they harvest more data to know the numbers of persons with disabilities that are participating in these elections when it comes to voting. But great job, INEC.
Well, thank you, Dr. Okogwu. Now, you've definitely taken your hat off to INEC, but were there some complaints that you might have received regarding provisions made for those with disabilities? Or are you saying that every unit had provisions for those with disabilities? Because we do have some, feedback that suggests otherwise.
Oh yes. You see, I don't want to join those who are, heating up the place. Yes, INEC dropped the ball in some cases, but it is normal, There are cases of persons with disabilities who are hearing impaired who could not communicate with the presiding officers. We also have the persons with albinism who people saw. They didn't know that they were classed as persons with disabilities, so they were not given so much priority until they were, explanations were made. But over and over, it's a work in progress. So I think as we go on, but I commend INEC again for the sensitization, because on getting to the line, you see Nigerians, they respond well, they accommodate you, they give you priority. So it's not a total 100% success, but it is better than what it used to be. I'll say 85%.
Thank you for that. Now, Dr. Okogwu, I know we're still waiting for final statistics. But based on your understanding of the statistics, the numbers, how do you think that voter turnout looked like just from your feelers on the ground?
Well, I think that the numbers would have been more if we had addressed one of the things that I had been crying about: poverty, transportation. Now, being a person with disabilities, you need transportation to get to the polling unit. A lot of them could not afford to get there. So that reduced the numbers. My foundation had engaged with INEC, and INEC made it clear that, well, there's a limit to what they can do. They can only assist us to the point where they did. So one of the things that dropped the numbers of persons with disabilities, and again, please, my point of correction, we are persons with disabilities, not persons living with disabilities.
I do apologize for that.
It's just a situation, not a, But anyway, so what I'm pleading with donor agencies and friends and partners is, please, let's make provisions. We could partner with the kekes. We could partner with the big taxi apps and all that to see how we can take persons with disabilities from their home to the polling unit, they cast their vote and take them back.
All right.
Poverty indeed robbed us of the numbers.
Thank you so much. Dr. Chike Okogu, disability advocate and leadership expert. Thank you so much for joining us. It is, of course, Arise TV's continuous coverage of Nigeria Decides 2023. Will be
snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not. These days, it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to.
In Banga, no accreditation was done. The SPO disappeared with the result sheet, and he has not been found up till now.
So whatever happens, I remain eternally grateful to Almighty God. Winning election is not as easy as people think. It's a burden, because you're going to hold the people's trust. It's people now trying to entrust their life in you. So it's a burden. So if God wants me to carry that burden, I can rejoice. But I think I'll win.
The bimodal voting and accreditation system is one innovation that everybody's applauding. It took a few seconds for me to be identified, and I think if it continues that way, it is one development that has come to stay.
In selling my program, I've worked more than any other politician in this country to show the capacity and what is necessary.
We must vote. You can see my vote saying we must have to vote. So we are waiting here. Whether it's in the night, tomorrow we want to vote. It's our right. We have to vote.
It is very difficult to determine by mere appearance who is a minor or not. Most of the ones you are seeing, maybe they are genetic, their growth rate might be impaired. All those that you see voting, they are those that have been approved by INEC, and I cannot change it.
We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President for ensuring that there is fairness in this election.
I expect that this is a more credible process than previous ones, and I think it is good that we are improving with every election cycle.
That's a fraud. For someone to transfer to a place he or she is not living, it's a fraud.
They carried our box, they carried my machine, and immediately the police came. The boxes they could recover, they recovered it.
I'm confident because we made adequate preparations.
Doctors very credibly that both our supporters, our relatives and so on should know that politics is a clean business.
We have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace.
This is I dropped a bullet. This is my bullet. Somebody gave order for them to shoot at us. I tell you to dodge a bullet. Look at my leg with the bullet I dodged. Look what happened. Look what happened. This is my game.
Only worry was that the election here started
I was having a conversation with my co-guest who
pointed out we have thousands of people there.
Earlier that when you go through a process, there's something called a monitor an evaluation process where you evaluate your process. What are the lessons learned? What are the things you got right? What are the things you didn't get right? And you use that to improve on the next process. I don't think INEC learned from what happened in Osun in terms of the discrepancy that we noticed in the court process. So what I think INEC failed to do that is bringing us into this conversation is that INEC should have communicated clearly that the way this RF is set up, it might take 24 hours, it might take 48 hours, it might take 72 hours for all the results to be collated, giving citizens, political parties, civil society enough ample time to then do whatever, assessment, whatever comparison they want to do between what is on the IRF and what is on the result sheet. That way, people will have already been informed, and people will not, all this confusion we are having, will have avoided it because people would not expect that all the results will be on the IRF maybe 24 hours after the election. So what I think is that since there was no clear communication, people have a right to make the point that the data on the IRF is not complete, and whatever the results that are being declared should have waited until those data have been completely uploaded, as we have been informed. So that's what would be my advice. I think people have a right to make that point. Whether the commission would then agree or not is another conversation entirely. But if I was an agent to one of the political party, I would be making that point to say that I don't think it is appropriate to announce the result of any state when you have not fully uploaded them on the high rev.
Because this brings us to a problem, Mr. Adegoke, and I'm happy you say, okay, look, this is what they ought to have done because they ought to have anticipated this ahead of the election. Since this was the first time, they should have given themselves some wiggle room because this was the first time they were applying this technology nationally. And therefore, they should have anticipated that it's possible that there could have been hiccups, and therefore the 24, 48, 72 hours, in which case all those who are, now raising issues may not have raised the issues because they would have said, we had been told before that this could be, there could be a time lag. But we are going to go through this process again in about 11 or 12 days' time. And now we're going to be talking about, 28 or so states where governors are to be elected, and then maybe about 34 or 35 states where state assemblies are to be elected. So, I mean, I'm wondering if we don't tackle this now, whatever the resolution that comes from this one for the presidential election, is that going to apply at the level of the next election in 12 days' time?
Well, I think that's largely a question for INEC to answer. But
I'm putting it to you.
INEC listens to the feedback,
I'm putting it to you. My apologies. I'm putting it to you because I'm thinking, perhaps you could offer some way out for them between now and then. Since we're offering them a way out, we're trying to say, look, you've made this mistake. Now let's try to see if we can get you out of it, because we've got to do this anyway.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you. We can definitely tell INEC, to say that you need to communicate with the people, give enough time frame, with respect to the governorship election, take away the lessons from the presidential election so that it is not repeated at the governorship level. Give people at least like 1 week. By 1 week, every result should have been uploaded, and say that 1 week after the election, all results should have been uploaded. And this is important, not just because of the election that will be declared, also because of the litigation that will follow suit. People will be looking for evidence, and people will go into the IRF to go and get evidence. So it's very important. And the timing of the evidence is important because that was critical in determining the case in Osun State. So it's very important that INEC communicates clearly so that it even guides the judiciary by the time they are adjudicating over these cases. They are able to know exactly what they are working with. So if they are collecting evidence is collected on which date? Is it a day after the election? Is it a week after the election? So INEC needs to be clear in communicating that. And I think they have an opportunity to do that in the upcoming election. I mean, I will agree with you. This is the first time they are doing this at national level. So, I mean, we can like, okay, allow this to slide. But I'm not sure the parties will agree with me, though. But they have an opportunity with the governorship election coming up to say that, you know what, we are using the high ref, and from our experience, we think that you guys will need at least 1 week to have all the results uploaded on the high ref.
Does this change the process? Question the credibility?
These adjustments from between one process and the other, within the timeline.
I think we should cut some slack to INEC as well. This is an innovation. This is the first time, so to say, it's been rolled out nationally. Yes, we had the Osun, and it's very correct. Lessons should have been learned. But it's also possible to say that when you are dealing at scale, there may be issues. So I would want to apply the presumption of regularity. In other words, that one presumes that everything is regular until it is proven that it is irregular. So I think it's also useful for our politicians to begin to demonstrate maturity. Our entire polity system processes must mature. And I think there's also, and even the civil society, everybody, we need to also grow. So it is sufficient, it is something that we can say, okay, maybe there are hiccups, Then, but have they tried to recover in time? I think those are some of the other things we can look at. We probably shouldn't then immediately go to say it's tainted. Then that also begins to be a bit of gaslighting and political posturing, which is in politics that's accepted. But those of us who are analyzing also need to read between the lines and tell the politicians, in your posturing, be careful you do not tip the civil populace over the line.
Speaks to this posturing of the law. Earlier we read section 60 sub 5 that the presiding officer shall transfer the results in a manner as prescribed by the commission. But sub 6 says, a presiding officer who willfully contravenes any provision of this section commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not more than 500,000 naira or imprisonment for a term of at least 6 months. The question here is, a presiding officer who willfully contravenes 5, subsection 5, in a manner prescribed by the commission. The manner prescribed by the commission is to transmit electronically, take a snapshot, and send. There are some presentations that have been made in Abuja now that some of them have not been uploaded on the IREV. Is that a contravention?
I think, if I understand correctly, there are two processes. One is to send it to INEC, then the other is to upload. I assume those are two processes.
Well, yes, but one is at the point you send, then you now take the hard copy physically to.
Yes. So that's very good, because that's trying to make sure there are checks. Now, but the operative word there is willfully. So you are really trying to pin down people who have criminal intent, not somebody who made a mistake, or maybe somebody who is
an oversight or something,
who is lax or something, like, who's negligent. So it's really looking for people who have criminal intent. And of course, when you're talking about criminal intent, then you must bring the evidence forward. So because the maximum of the law is, we would rather that 9 persons go free than one person is unjustly convicted.
Let's come to you, Adeboye, and this is what you think could be happening online, with this sort of gap or, this issue in the process of uploading to IREV.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question very well.
What kind of message do you think this is sending to the online community? What do you think could be happening with, questions on the process and the uploading, the slow uploading to the IREV?
Yeah, so I think the online community, as you put it, were the most excited, about the introduction of the beavers and the IREV. And so it was something that the online community was looking forward to. And that has generated a lot of conversation. If you are following trends of conversation on social media right now, it's all about what is happening with regards to the IREV and discrepancies that a lot of people are saying, oh, you've declared this state, but on the IREV, not all the results are listed there, because that is where the enthusiasm is coming from for the generation of younger people who are more digitally savvy, who are more comfortable accessing information online, or more comfortable doing their things digitally. So that's also, I think, a demographic that are most probably offended by the fact that we are not sticking to that, that part of the bargain in a lot of ways. But I also think that it's very important for me to emphasize what will have been a way for maybe INEC to manage the situation better. I think that INEC also left a lot of gaps with respect to communication, especially on social media. I remember early yesterday, I went to check INEC's, social media handle, and I saw that it was just blank. It was blank from 8 a.m. when the election started up to when the election was almost ending on Saturday. I think that, it's still a transition process for government institutions. I mean, we have to admit that. Transition in terms of deploying digital means in communicating with the people. There is a lot of demography of young people who are more comfortable receiving information on those platforms. So I feel that for a very long time, INEC left a gap, which it could probably have made things easier if it had filled that gap. And what do I mean about filling the gap? When people started complaining about the high ref and all of that, although eventually there was a press release addressing the issue, but I thought that waited for too long because people started getting agitated the moment there were complaints on social media about the high ref, about the beavers, and the fact that INEC didn't say anything for so long. I feel that if INEC had come forward much earlier to say that we have been receiving reports, even if you don't have a position at that point, just acknowledge that you have been receiving the reports and you are looking into it while you are preparing your, a more robust response. So, in terms of what is happening in the online community, of course, agitations, people saying all sorts of things, but I think we still have decent amount of time to manage the situation, to manage the communication that needs to take place. And if I have a way or if I have a channel through which I can communicate with the head of communication for INEC right now, I'll be telling him, you need to make your communication more consistent and you need to explore all communication platforms. All this traditional method of waiting to release press statements and waiting to call all journalists into a room before you can pass information across, I think the world has moved past that, and we need to explore the channels of communication that we have. Even if you are not saying anything specifically, just let people know that you are looking into the issue. Just let people know that INEC is on top of the issue. Admit the challenges you are facing, but at the same time, assure people that you are looking into the matter and that you will ensure that the will of the people is what matters at the end of the day.
I'm sure that they are listening because virtually everyone is watching this and is watching you at this point in time. But this leaves us with very few, shall we say, good options at this point. But we'll have to take a slightly deeper look at that with you and Prof. Right after this break. We'll be right back.
Is really happening in Akamata market. It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope your broadcast it to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it to.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Experience the opulence and security of Swiss Street Doors with over 30 years experience, exclusive with a touch of history and craftsmanship. Swiss Street Doors are made from the finest ancient aga and ivory wood, a range of exclusive armored doors, elegant interior doors, carefully crafted by world-renowned architects and engineers. At Swiss Street, a door is much more, plus premium quality onyx stones and luxury interiors. Visit Swiss Street today or call now. Swiss Street, blend of beauty and security.
Heartburn and indigestion? Try Gestede. My recommendation for the past 26 years, Gestede. Reliable remedy for heartburn, indigestion, flatulence, and acidity.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can he really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square, selling their votes for 5,000 naira.
but you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month.
Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
The distribution of the votes according to parties is as follows. A, 3069. 3069. AA, 498. 498. AAC, 1597. 1597. ABC, 5789. 5789. ADP, 2439. 2439. APC, 572606. 572606. APGA, 2316. 2316. APM, 709. 709. APP, 371. 371. BP, 1837. 1837. LP, 582 454. 582 454. NNPP, 8442. NNPP 8442. NRM 609. 609. PDP 75750. 75750. PRP 1120. 1120. SDP 772. 772. YPP 1109. 1109. ZLP 9964. 9964. Total valid votes 1271451. 1271451. Rejected votes 64278. 64278. Total votes cast 1335729. 1335729. Thank you very much. We are going to copy this and the party agents will sign, and then we can close the office.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back. That's the formal announcement from the INEC Collation Center in Lagos of the presidential election result for Lagos State, which showed, as we had told you previously, that the Labour Party's presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, had won that election in Lagos State. I think I have enough time here to thank Adeboye Adegoke for his time, for joining us on the program, and for your insight. I'm sure the necessary officers of INEC and those who are close to them have listened, because right now it's how to resolve the conundrum that the Commission and the stakeholders find themselves, that everyone is after. Thank you so much for your time on the program this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to share my perspective.
Thank you. Of course, back here in our studios, Babajide Oguso has been fairly long-suffering on this.
You know, all the while he was typing and calculating.
Yes, so
he's a numbers guy, so
yeah, so
he's been doing the numbers.
I'm believing that while we're keeping Prof with us, you can now give us an idea of where we stand now, because I understand there are one or so results that have also come in while we were doing all that.
Yes, that's correct. Where we stand now is we have 11 state results. 4 of those results have been announced by the chairman in Abuja. 7 of those results have been announced at the state level. In all, the total of these 11 states shows that the APC has scored 3.4 million votes. They are in the lead. The PDP has 2.3 million votes. Second, the Labour Party, about to get back into the race, 1.2 million votes. In all, the APC leading by 1 million votes. That is the position as at now. In all 11 states, 5 of those states in northern Nigeria, 7 of those states in southern Nigeria. A lot of people want to know which of these 11 states have the APC won, has the PDP won, and has the Labour Party won. The APC has won 5 states: Ekiti, Ondo, Oyo, Kwara, and Jigawa. PDP has won 4 states: Osun, Katsina, Yobe, and Gombe states. The Labour Party has won Lagos and Enugu State. Again, there are different ways we could look at this. We could look at that by what will be on the faces of most PDP followers now, and that's just behind you, Ayo. is perhaps a representation of what the APC looks like.
As at this moment.
As at this moment. 3.4 million votes across these 11 states, leading by a margin of 1 million votes.
Can we put that on the screen so that our viewers see what we're seeing? Can we go to
You can go.
Can we go to those two? There we go. So please speak on Babajide so that the viewers are able to follow that.
So APC total votes across 11 states that we've seen results from, complete results from, APC scores 3,408,306 votes. PDP's total votes, 2,364,086 votes. The reason why the PDP isn't frowning right now is this same time 4 years ago when these 11 states were announced, the PDP was in worse shape. They were losing 4 years ago across these 11 states by 2.1 million votes. This time around, they are still losing, but with a slimmer margin. So the PDP, not yet in total chaos based on these results, but looking at the Labour Party, the smiles from the Labour Party will really be upside down. And that's because at the moment, they are third in this race, only 1.2 million votes. The exact number across the 11 states for Labour Party, 1,253,933. If you look at the race to the finish, yes, 87 million persons have picked up their PVCs. Clearly in the lead by over 1 million votes, the APC, PDP coming close, and the Labour Party third. NNPP, ABGA, and the others still about to get off the starting blocks. But let's not forget, only 11 states out of Nigeria's 36 states and the FCT have been released. Most of the states in the north, not yet released. We've seen states that the PDP won in the previous election, they are losing. We've seen states that the APC won in this election, they've lost. So it is still not easy to determine who will win this race. I would say that it's perhaps easier, Ladi, for you to catch your shadow than for you to know who will win at this point. What we expect is for INEC to be more transparent. You know, like in the words of the former U.S. President, Thomas Jefferson, he said that honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. And for many Nigerians watching at home right now, it seems that INEC has torn this first chapter away. Because based on what is happening on IREF, a lot of Nigerians expected that by the moment the results are being declared at the collation center, all of the polling unit results will have been uploaded and will have been transparent for millions of Nigerians who have picked up their PVCs. A lot of the 14 million new first-time voters that have picked up their PVCs because of the promises of the IREF. What exactly is happening with the IREF? Millicent, there are no clear answers. We've seen some results, but majority of the results of this election, over 176,000 polling units, less than half of those results have been uploaded.
And there's been a lot of reactions to this. I mean, we saw Senator Dino Melaye at the, National Collation Center, giving his view and saying we'll hear back from him and from some of the other political parties on that.
Well, incidentally, we're already hearing from the Labour Party.
Yes, a special invitation to a World Press Conference, and this is by the leadership of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, and we believe this is happening when?
Today.
Today.
Unless today is not Monday. Today, February 27th.
That's just in a couple of hours. Mm-hmm. They're saying it's the World Press Conference hosted by the leadership of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, and that it is holding at the Plateau Hall Transcorp Hilton. That's at Maitama at the Federal Capital Territory.
You want to take that again so that people get the details?
All right. A special invitation to a World Press Conference by the leadership of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council. They're saying this is happening today at 4 p.m. That's just in about 2 hours, 30 minutes. And it's at the Transcorp Hilton, the Plateau Hall at Maitama, Abuja, at the Federal Capital Territory. Very interesting to join that conference to see what they have to say.
One will expect that they have a lot to say about the process and the results released so far. Of course, the That conference is at 4 o'clock, which is under 90 minutes, actually, from now, because it's about 25 or so minutes to 3. We of course, continue to keep tabs on the International Conference Center. That's the venue of that collation, even though we were told previously that they'd be back in an hour, which would have been around 2. But the lights have been turned off now. We don't know what exactly is behind that, but we're keeping our eyes on that. Should they come back on and get back to business, we'll be, of course, the first to let you.
And they had told us 7 states, they read out 3. So we would assume also when they come back, they would have more and more states, on that list.
As well as the, should I say, cliffhanger of going by the issues that have been raised, by the different political parties.
Prof, you're still with us. What do you think? I'm not trying to make you a soothsayer at this point, but what do you think they should do? The question was put to Adeboye Adegoke. But at this point now, if you were INEC, if you were the political parties, which are the 2 main stakeholders in contention at this point, and speaking to what Jide spoke about, which was that, honesty is the first chapter of the Book of Wisdom, and that, that perception seems to have been removed now, and that is creating a great deal of cog along the process. What should those 2 groups of stakeholders, INEC on one hand and the political parties, do at this stage of the process?
I think it would be prudent for INEC to put the figures they have on the up digitally. I think that will buy time and will probably assuage some of these anxieties. Then probably they can come back and then declare what they have. I think that would be useful. And the other point, of course, is that the political parties should by now have the results. If they have polling agents, and those polling agents have transmitted the results to them, they ought to by now be fairly clear about where things are going or ought to go. But of course, INEC has said we have the right, the power to release the results. Nobody should do that, and so on and so forth. I think we have to also go beyond this, going further, of course, to a situation where these results have to be declared as quickly as they can, or as quickly as possible. I'm hoping we'll get to a situation like in the United States where projections can be made, and you can trust that those projections within some margin of error. Yeah.
What you just said, that ideally all party agents should by now have the results. From Yaga's preliminary statement, the PDP has representatives, party agents, in 99% of polling units in Nigeria. The APC has polling agents in 97% of polling units, all polling units, 176, 646 of this election that we just had. The Labour Party has 69% coverage of polling units by their party agents. If they have those figures and they have those results from those polling centers, how significant then is the hue and cry about IREV?
Well, that's the issue of legitimacy you spoke about and the perception. Because, you said so do it, and you hold yourself accountable. In fact, that is where the world is going to. Public agencies should say, we will perform at this level and hold us liable if we do not. That's the only way you can get the staff to perform. Hedging and saying we shouldn't tolerate that. You should take your position on ground and say, this is what we're going to do, and then you've got to do it. You have to raise that level of that measure of professionalism. But the issue and that's also an issue, if you have 69,000, then obviously you don't know what's happening in those other
69%.
areas. 69%. Then you don't know what's happening in those other areas. So there's going to be...
That's in the case of one of the parties.
Yeah, so that's going to be an issue. You probably don't need, 90% for you to make projections about where is it. Because, you can do some weighting and then you should reasonably be able to know where we're at. So what I'm saying is not that they would declare, but they should be candid about what their performance is based on the reports that the polling agents have sent them.
Perhaps actually that is the basis. You wanted to say something to that?
Yes. We need to put this in context. INEC is a referee. And a lot of our Nigerians don't really understand the purpose of the IREV. And the best way to understand it is to look at it from the football perspective. The IREV is the equivalent of the VAR in football. The IREV is the equivalent of the VAR. And imagine if FIFA promised that during the World Cup, the VAR will be used to check for fouls. And we go into the World Cup, we start the game, and we discover
that the VAR
is not working.
Yes.
Will we continue the game? And that is what the IREV stands for. The IREV is the equivalent of VAR for the footballers. And so we've gone into this match. The footballers expect the VAR to be working to catch the fouls, to know if it should be a penalty, should know if it should be a yellow card. That's what it is. It's the VAR. So what has happened is we've seen INEC host the World Cup. It's equivalent of the World Cup. Promised to use the VAR, but the VAR was not used.
However, in the football's analogy, the referee also still calls what he sees on the VAR.
And that's what's going on right now.
And because we also have, he should have called this, he should not have called this. So that goes
Which also speaks to perceptions of trust and legitimacy.
Yeah,
because if you promise that you are going to use the VAR as the referee, what happens is that when people say, the referee, you should have seen this, and he says, okay, let me go and check.
Exactly.
So he goes to the VAR
to check.
Checks, comes back and says, well, actually, that's correct. The VAR has confirmed that is actually a penalty, is not a foul, or whatever it is.
On his own judgment, not on your judgment.
No, of course not. But then you see, again, going back to where we stand now, perhaps, the whole issue still dovetails to overpromise and under-delivery. And so, what Adeboye Adegoke spoke about, the gap between the discovery and the communication of what was going on, which was then filled up by all these innuendos, conspiracy theories, or even plain, suspicion about what it was that was really going on and why, there wasn't the quick, deliberate and direct admission that, look, there's something wrong. So if you go to IREV right now, you may not see any results. These are the reasons why. So it's like when people say you get ahead of the curve. That before people get there, you have already anticipated that that's where they're likely to end up, and that you tended to mitigate it. Now that is proving to be very, very difficult, and that I guess is why one is tending to say, look, okay, does this taint the whole process? Unfair as that may turn out to be in terms of an assessment, because this is one part of the process. But it could be that part of the process that tends to, just stain everything, because of the way it is.
Vladi, a wise man once said, "Blessed are those who expect nothing, for they shall never be disappointed." The issue is Nigerians had expectations from INEC. So they are disappointed. We wouldn't be here if there were no expectations. The expectations were that results would be uploaded. Expectations were that immediately the results and the process was concluded, the Beavers machine that was used, the same Beavers machine that was used for accreditation is the same Beavers machine that is meant to be used to upload the results. So the question is, if the Beavers worked well for accreditation, Why did it not work well for uploading?
And even for the BVAS, there were contingencies where BVAS was taken, it was replaced.
Fixed in some instances. Quite a number of unanswered questions.
But again, that doesn't stop who is in the lead.
Yeah, but...
I wanted to talk about the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Ebonyi, who has just threatened to arrest any INEC official who fails to turn in their results today, saying that there were some delays from the INEC officials.
That's some news there. Please, could you repeat that for the purpose of information?
The Resident Electoral Commissioner for Ebonyi State, Ugochi Onyeka, has threatened to arrest any INEC official who fails to turn in their results today. The REC made the statement, and this is following the delays by some INEC officials in that state.
And we also, of course, need to remind our viewers of that World Press Conference being called by the leadership of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party in Abuja at 4 o'clock this evening. Of course, the speculations are rife, very much so, that they intend to weigh in on these very issues that we are discussing here on set, what has happened with the process and all of that. So we are, well, perhaps let's take this opportunity to remind our viewers of the various, the various people who have won, prominent people who have won elections.
National Assembly seats.
Yes, particularly the National Assembly.
And earlier, just when we started the show, we spoke about Colonel Musa Yar'Adua of the APC winning the Katsina Central Senatorial District. We also understand that David Mark's daughter, Lady Blessing Onu, is re-elected under the APC. She polled 29,031 to beat PDP's candidate, Alex Ochacho, who is said to have polled 21,742 to clinch the Otukpo Ohimini zone. Senator Akpabio, Godswill Akpabio, wins Akwa Ibom Northwest senatorial election. Senator Ahmed Lawan wins his seat, Yobe North senatorial zone. Enugu Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, we understand, lost the Senate seat. Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila won his seat in Lagos. Senator Solomon Adeola also won the APC ticket. Senator Lujimi lost to return bid to APC's Adara Modu. And we have APC's Nwa Ebonyi retiring ex-Governor Sam Egwu from the Senate. Over in Cross River, Governor Ben Ayade lost his senatorial election. We understand also that the final results of the National Assembly elections in Ondo State, the APC won the 3 senatorial seats, as well as 8 out of the 9 federal constituencies, leaving 1 for the People's Democratic Party. And it's another surprise, Kaduna North senatorial seat, the PDP won there. Khalid Ibrahim Mustafa, he polled a total of 250,026 votes to defeat his closest rival, the incumbent Senator Sulaiman Abdul Kawari of the APC, who scored 190,008 votes. Many of these details are still coming in, and more collation taking place across the country.
A lot of surprises. Many of these surprises speak to the level of competitiveness of the electoral process itself. And even as we talk about all of this and the issues, the kinks that have come up with the process and what is to be done about it, we must remind ourselves, Prof, that in about 10, 11 days, we'll be back here again talking about the governorship and state houses of assembly elections. So it's not only important to fix this for this purpose, it's also important to fix it for the coming election, because that one, in fact, is the one closer to the people at the grassroots. But I wonder if, as part of looking at this in a winding position, can we say that whatever it is that comes up now, whatever it is that is used to find some kind of solution, and Jide, you could weigh in on this as well if you want, it is going to suffer from some kind of trust deficit in view of what has happened up until now.
You know, you keep using the word of taint. I'm trying to
avoid.
No, I'm trying to sort of tamp it down. But you really are very correct. And I think the people who are making noise about this, the results not being uploaded, also have a very serious point. Because in the Osun election, we had this scenario where a particular set of beavers' data was given to one side, and a different set was presented. That doesn't, evince much trust. And so I think INEC has to really be very careful in this. So they must handle this very carefully, because that didn't seem too straight, And so we have to be very careful, and it's good that they're being called out on this. So this has to be taken with every sense of responsibility.
And it's actually quite delicate.
Yes.
Because even now, Ladi Millicent, you remember that a good number of guests have repeated two words, crisis communication, since yesterday. And we didn't foresee a situation where the IRF wouldn't have uploaded as much until now. Just barely crossed the 59,000
mark, even as we speak.
As we speak, it's 59,010 results have been submitted on the IRF as at this moment, and we're still gunning for more than 176,000. So in terms of crisis communication, Prof, just as you said, INEC has to be careful, but at the same time, delay is delicate.
Dangerous. Yeah, okay, so that's why I said, whatever you can do to fix the digital portal, do that now.
And if it cannot
before
be fixed,
you come back.
And if it cannot be fixed?
Oh, then you have, if it's truly a technical problem, then let us know.
So communication all
yes, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. But that suggests that you need some level of scrutiny, so that it's not just your word. Unfortunately, at this stage.
Judy, I'm being asked that we need to wind down this segment, so you're going to have the last word.
There are two questions Nigerians are asking. Only two questions at this moment. The first is to the CBN. Where are the new Naira notes? The second is to INEC. Where are the election results?
On IREP.
Millicent.
Okay. That's a very interesting one.
That's a good way. That's a good way.
But the question that keeps just sweeping in my head is, does that invalidate what eventually will be uploaded to IREV?
No, Prof has already spoken to that.
Yes.
Prof has already spoken to that to say no. That doesn't invalidate. But guys, we got to go. First, of course, we have to thank Professor Olawale Ajayi, legal, social, and political environment of business. Thank you so much for being with us on this day. Of course, Babajide Ogunsowo is our in-house person, is a co-anchor, shall we say. Jide, as always, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Guys,
just before we go, we should just wrap up with this one very quickly. The APC candidates have appealed to the people of Lagos to be calm and eschew any act that can lead to breakdown of law and order.
That's the APC presidential candidate. That's talking about Senator Bola Tinubu.
Yes, said the outcome of the election in Lagos, where Labour Party won the presidential election, should not be a source of provocation, and that needs to be emphasized, saying that the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for the candidate of their choice. I think it's very, very important that that's coming from him. And not
talking
just
about strategic communication.
And in another hour.
One more thing. I think one of the things the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, also mentioned yesterday is to remind everyone that there's no party that is greater than the party we all belong to. The party called Unity, Faith, Peace, and Progress.
That might also be the message of the Labour Party in Abuja. We're headed there now.
Well, we'll go to Abuja now on behalf of Ayo and Millicent, who have been with me. I can see Chamberlain, Maukbe, and Nelta. Hi, guys. Good afternoon.
Well, yes, indeed. Yeah, we're picking up from here. So welcome to our continuing coverage of the general elections, the 2023 verdict. And yes, indeed, all eyes has indeed been on wherever the results are coming from, National Collation Center, State Collation Center. So lots of questions, impressions, perceptions about all that people have seen, and probably to a large extent what they are about to see. Yes, they've already formed their opinion, actually. So we will be here to guide you through as much as we can. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. I'm Chamberlain Uso.
Indeed. Welcome once again. I'm Maupe Ogun Yusuf. Thank you so much for staying with us so far.
Exciting, but yet, how do you say, draining, waiting for those results to come in. But I'm sure everyone around the country, and indeed around the world, they are waiting for this. Someone said Nigerians in diaspora are waiting like hawks to get the final result. I'm Nel Taibo. It's good to have you with us.
We're waiting together, actually. So we're keeping our tabs on the National Collation Center. So we should be crossing over anytime soon to see what the commission will be doing next, having taken a break a moment ago. But here in the studios, we've got some analysts joining us to shed light on some of what they've seen and what we should expect, probably. On my far right, Oluwole Osaze-Ozi, former Director of Voter Education for INEC. Professor Bosede Alimi is an Irad analyst. Now, Professor Remi Aide is just on my immediate right, so I don't mix that all up. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the studios. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. So perhaps you should give us your impressions of what you've seen so far. Prof, let me start with you.
Well, I think it's been a long day since Vawulence stating that the election will be fought out. I think that's the major focus. But there are hitches here and there, which is causing some bit of delay, and there's a lot of apprehension in town. I think a lot needs to be done in terms of trying to explain the situation, getting people to understand the challenges that INEC is facing, and also what steps are going to be taken.
Adjust your mic for a bit. So, Saida, could you also tell us, I mean, I know, you've seen some results through Remi, I beg your pardon, Abosede. So tell us, concerning what you've seen, what you expected, how do you reconcile that?
I mean, you know, as you know, we are non-partisan. The CSOs, we are here to ensure a credible process. But I think that one of the things that's evident is that Nigerians have come out to vote. They are committed to defending their vote. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, all eyes are on the collation centers, as it should be. And I think one of the things that we're checkmating ourselves on is the importance of understanding where you're getting your results from. I think we need to continue to emphasize the importance of people actually looking to the Electoral Commission for the announced and declared results as their source. So I think, for me, our democracy is evolving. And we are part of that process. So it's unfolding, it's evolving, and we are part of telling the story. So everything that's happening is what we expect to happen in a democracy. And I think as long as that's happening, then, you know, it's like life is in session, if you know what I mean.
Well, Ms. Uzi, I know you have, you've had a huge experience of being in INEC. And so when people have this impression of INEC, probably you will understand it to a larger extent than many who've not been in there. So if you could just go ahead and then tell us, having heard the impressions, expressions that people have so far of INEC, perhaps in addition to what played out at the National Collation Center, what do you think?
Well, I think we've seen the good, the not so good, the bad, and the ugly, with due respect to those who had that title of that film then. The good, the resilience of the people, the determination to ensure that they vote and their vote counts, the patience to wait, and their willingness to sacrifice so much to exercise their franchise. That was so good. On the next part, the fact that there was no postponement of this election is an incredible thing, and let's give credit. Because recall that in 2011 there was postponement. The last 3 cycles have led to postponement. 2011, you said it was because of logistics issues after the commencement, on the day of election, after the commencement of the election. In 2015, it was 2 weeks to the time, or a couple of weeks at a time, because of the security challenge in one part of the country, maybe 2-3 states, Adamawa, Borno, and Yobe. In 2019, it was a different ball game. It was a couple of hours to the election. So we've seen during the election, shortly before the election, and hours to the election. Now, I don't think any of those 3 cycles, the kind of challenges INEC faced, was as daunting as the challenges faced with the cash policy, with the lack of fuel, with this insecurity in the country. This time, it was not just one zone. It cut across all the zones, and threw in banditry, herdsmen clashes, kidnap for ransom, and things like that, attack of INEC facilities. So the late arrivals, we still went ahead and, let's say, results were declared on time, or the area was working properly. I think people were ready.
How it been the result of the Apapa local government? Number of accredited voters. How it been 29,363. 29,363 accredited voters. 1-1. Okay, total registered voters 112030. 29363. 29363. Can I come again? Registered voters 112030. Accredited voters 29363. For AA, I have 58.
Please start with A, not AA.
For A, sorry. I have 58. For AA, I have 18. AAC, I have 24. For ADC, 180. For ADP, 52. For APC, 15471. For APDA, AGA, 15471. For APC, 15471. For ABGA, 1. Can I continue? For APM, 26. APP, 09. BP, 51. For LP, 7566. For LP, 7566. For NNPP, 338. For NNPP, 338. For NRM, 32. For PDP, 29 97. For PRP 13. SDP 16. For YPP 48. For Cell LP 242. Now, total valid votes 27212.
Again?
27212. Rejected vote 2151. Total vote cast 29363.
Thank you very much. We have a good time here. Please, are there cancellations?
Well, I don't think I will be able to answer because there's in some area part of the world, that is World 7.
There is some what?
There is a Vawulence.
There was violence.
Yes.
In what?
World 7.
Were you able to count the votes? So that means it was cancelled, isn't it? Or they didn't vote, or there was no voting.
What I gathered from the information I gathered is that there is over 14.
Please, we cannot rely on information gathered. Is there no report? We are not about gathering.
There is no report.
Okay, thank you very much, but please don't hijack the meeting. Thank you.
There was overvoting, so we decided to cancel.
There was overvoting. Okay, thank you very much. And that was which word?
Ward 7.
Ward 7?
Only Ward 7. How many people? The only one people. One, two, three.
Was it in only one polling unit that there was overvoting?
Yes.
Okay, so one RA, one polling unit, and then you have the total number of registered voters in that PU. Please tell us. Thank you very much. You are owing us the total number of registered voters in that PU and the total number of PPCs collected. Thank you. Please, you will give us the booklet before you go. The 40G form, do you have it? Please also give it to us. Can you take us, please take us back to Apapa page. Alright, so let's go to the end of the page. Thank you very much. to come back with the total number of 40 days and then the total number of registered voters in the video and the total number of this PVC collected. Thank you. We have the faculty ready to implement. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please represent the faculty. You go over the figures from the beginning again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. So I'll start with number of registered voters, which is 395,371. Number of registered voters, 395,371. Number of accredited voters, 64,304. 64,304. Votes received by the voting parties. Party A, 133. Party A, 133. AA, 25. AA, 25. AAC, 108. AAC, 108. ADC, 311. ADC, 311. ADP, 247. ADP, 247. APC, 30756. APC, 30756. APGA, 106. APGA, 106. APM, 34. APM, 34. APP, 16. APP, 16. BP, 78. BP, 78. LP, 25437. LP, 25437. NNPP, 232. NNPP, 232. NRM, 22. NRM, 22. PDP, 3258. PDP, 3258. PRP, 34. PRP, 34. SDP, 50. SDP, 50. YPP, 50. YPP, 50. ZLP, 609. ZLP, 609. Total valid votes, 61506. Total valid votes, 61506. Rejected votes, 2573. Rejected votes, 2573. Total votes cast, 64079. Total vote cast, 64079.
Thank you very much. Any translations?
Yes, ma'am.
We want to take translations.
Now there was.
Please allow. He's the one to introduce it. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. There was case of overvoting in Ward 5.
Let's do it this way. How many cancellations do you have? How many words?
There are 2 cancellations in 1 ward.
Okay.
Yes.
So there is 1 RA affected, and then there are 2 polling units.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do we have the reasons for cancellation?
Yes, ma'am. One was the case of overvoting. And the second one was the case of manual accreditation, without the use of device. Yes, yes.
Okay, in the 2 polling units, please, what's the total number of registered voters?
Okay, for the case of overvoting, we have 956 registered voters. 956.
You have not added.
No,
okay, don't worry, just call it. 956.
Yes, ma'am.
And the second one is what?
And the second one is 71.
71.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For students of mathematics.
1027.
1027. Thank you. 1027. And you know the total number of PVCs collected in the 2 polling.
No, not.
Why? Come again? Not here with you. Please, you have to bring it back. We need it for our documentation to be complete. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments, please? None? Is all right. So please, can you give us the result officially? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, that's true. There was this change. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm chair of the federal local government. Welcome, please take a seat. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and present your report.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Ayeni Vawulence, Department of Geography, University of Lagos. I am on behalf of INEC as a commission officer at LG level, presidential election.
I'm a coordinator, Alfred, electoral officer at Jelomi local government area.
Thank you. So please present the result.
Thank you very much. The result is as follows. Number of registered voters, 433,120. 433,120. Number of accredited voters, 78947. 78947. The party score is as follows. Party A, 216. Party A, 216. AA, 47. AA, 47. AAC, 82. AAC,
130, ADP 130, ABC 25938, ABC 25938, APM, sorry, ABGA 210, ABGA 210, APM 59, APM 59, APB 38, APB 38, BP 115, BP 115, LB 35663, LB 35663, NNPP 436, NNPP 436, NRM 47, NRM 47, PDP 4680, PDP 4680, PRP 37, PRP 37, SDP 41, SDP 41, YPP 38, YPP 38, ZLB 497, ZLB 497, total valid votes 68590, total valid vote 68590, rejected votes 4388, rejected votes 4388, total vote cast 72978, total vote cast 72978 as presented.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Just notice that there is a big margin. So, the total number of tasks and questions, comments. No question, no comment, okay, and no translations and the data tally. Thank you very much. You will present the document, but we still need the, what's the form? 40H. Yes, so we need the 40H form afterwards. Please give us the hand copy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wait, you are the one that was talking. Let me just take the picture and then. I think Oshodi is here. Let's ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor. Okay. Professor Oludirakileye of the University of Lagos. I'm the coalition officer for Oshodi Solid local government for the presidential election. Okay, so the results for the local government as follows. Number of registered voters, 461102. 461102. Number of accredited voters, 88623. Party A, 99. Party AA, 38. Party AAC, 97. Party ADC, Party ADP, 111. Party APC, 7181. Party APGA, 124. Party APM, 50. Party APP, 24. Party BP, 96. Party LP, 51020. Party LP. NMPP, 413. 413. NRN, 43. NRN, 43. PDP, 3139. PRP, 55. SDP, 35. YPP, 48. ZLP, 565. Total valid votes, 83376. Rejected votes, 4064. 64. Total votes cast, 87440. I so present one. Yes, we had a number of incidences across 5 RAs and 27 polling units. 5 RAs and 27 polling units. Yes. Oshodi Solom. 5 RAs, 27 polling units. Yes, sorry. I'll just run through 770, 12, 5 and 6. I think that should be 770, 12, 5.
very much. If you have, you know, you assisted us the other time. If you still have any documents, okay. Thank you very much. Again, ordinarily we will have cleared you because your data tallied with ours. But as you can see, somebody is. So please wait, okay? You you have had your time. So please, if you don't mind, you will please step aside and let him give us the information that he has. And we will, if he has documents to show that there are polling units that were not recorded and that were neither cancelled nor recorded, then you may have to take a look at it. Were they cancelled? But voting took place then, and the results were not cancelled. They were counted. Please help us. Why do you think they were not recorded?
Live pictures coming in from Lagos. You've seen the presidential election results being announced across different local government areas. I will be keeping tab and keeping watch over these results from the 20 local government areas in Lagos State, Nigeria. Do remember that from here, this will proceed all the way to the nation's capital, Abuja. That's why you can see that the returning officer is ensuring that the numbers tally. In case there are discrepancies, I could here explain that, look, if we don't make these corrections here, we'll not be able to present it at the National level. Collation Center, which is going to affect the time we're able to deliver on this result. So we've seen results being stepped down and then being recalculated for there not to be discrepancy. I don't know. I still have guests with us right here in the studio. And what's your impression of what you've watched so far?
We're still in order. Pretty much. And because we largely depend on manual collation, so definitely still going to take time until we get to a level where we can actually do electronic voting and manual. If we look at the American system, the machine can actually read the ballot papers. So until we get there, that's when we can have instant results, and they now use the ballot paper to do confirmation. But we'll get there.
If I could just sneak this in. So there's been a lull, or at least some sort of delay with uploading results to IREV, the INEC result viewing portal. And I know you're a security expert, but there's also the cybersecurity component of things. And for a lot of people, they were worried, apprehensive. Some were even talking about things regarding the possibility of maybe, because they remember that at some point, the INEC chairman had spoken about, INEC coming under some sort of possible attacks, but at least that wasn't successful. That was last year. So I don't know, do you factor that in as well? If we're going, we've gone electronic anyway. Is that a fear or a concern you had with IREV, especially now? Even when you go to IREV, you see that the uploaded ballot papers are pixelated. Sorry, the EC8s, they're pixelated. It doesn't look like the IREV that a lot of us interacted with during the previous election. So is that a concern for you as well?
Yeah, normally when you're having an electronic system of election collection like this, definitely there's going to be cyber attack. You should expect it's part of the risk. And it would be totally uncommon for such not to be experienced by INEC. So I want to also believe that strongly that several attacks must have been made, and I know that INEC too must have made some preparation towards that. But at times when you have to take certain measures to ensure that at a critical moment like this, your server doesn't just crash. So, contrary to what people are insinuating, I believe is a measure by INEC to ensure that the integrity of their system. You know, key elements of electronic repository like this is there must be accessibility, the integrity must also be ascertained. So as much as you want to ensure the integrity is ascertained, there is protection, you also want to ensure that there's also accessibility. So I think all these things are factored into what INEC is doing with its server right now.
We must sincerely thank you for keeping vigil with us. This is service to the nation, literally. Mr. Shea Adetayo, security and intelligence expert. Thank you so much for your time on the 2023 verdict. We appreciate you. We expect our results anytime soon, like every other Nigerian, but till then, we have to keep this vigil. Thank you once again. Yeah. So let's head back to the Coalition Center in Lagos. Clearly, still lots of things unfolding. So let's allow you listen in, and we'll be back.
Thank you very much, sir. There's a difference between what we are verifying and these results. What we are verifying is the total number of registered persons in those polling units where elections were either cancelled or not. That's what we want to verify, and the number of persons registered. You said you have a document which we have not received, and it's not going to work working with things that we have not seen. Mind my words, it may not be logical, but that does not enter this form. That enters this form. And that is why we have said, go back, get us accurate data that we can put on this form. It has nothing to do with this. It will also not invalidate it. It will also not invalidate it. Please, let's move forward. If you bring up documents, you brought some, we took it, we set down results. We cannot act on things that we do not do. Please, please, and please. Thank you very much. Please come back. You need to sign. So, please, you need to emphasize you altered something here. It doesn't need to be. Thank you. Thank you very much. As you can see, we would have loved to go all the way, but we do not have the results from these other two local government areas. We want to plead that we adjourn till later in the morning, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. 10 a.m., please. One reason why we think 10 a.m. is fair. It's not good to keep us all waiting. If we say in the next 30 minutes, if they don't come, there is nothing we can do. We are in touch with them, and we know the state of their preparedness. And it is on the basis of that we don't keep ourselves waiting. That we said we should adjourn till 10 o'clock. Please allow us so that we don't waste the time of one another. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for your interest in the exercise that is going on. Hopefully, we will see later in the morning by the grace of God. Thank you very much.
A measure of voter apathy. So what has gone wrong? Well, I don't want to say that, is it because the vote buying as an incentive has actually been reduced tactically by a supposed policy of the federal government? I don't want to go into that. But I think that a situation where a greater confidence in the process is shored up by the way INEC manages it will be very much helpful.
I want you to hold on to your thoughts. We'll get back to you in a moment. Let's try to press on that. Let's tell you that the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appealed to residents of Lagos to be calm and avoid any act that can lead to the breakdown of law and order. Tinubu, in a statement on Monday by his campaign council spokesman, Bayo Onanuga, says that the outcome of the election in Lagos State, where the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi won the state, should not lead to violence. He says the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for their candidate of the choice. According to Tinubu, as a Democrat, he is bound to accept the outcome of any election, whether favorable to him or not. Tinubu expressed serious concern over reports of violence in parts of Lagos State, especially reported attacks on some traders of Igbo origin and and also condemn any form of violence against people of any ethnic group in Lagos State.
Well, the International Republican Institute and National Democratic Institute's Joint Election Observation Mission has congratulated Nigerians for their resilience and enthusiasm in the presidential and National Assembly elections. The mission, led by the former president of Malawi, Dr. Joyce Banda, presented its preliminary statement about the February 25th elections in Nigeria, where it noted that despite the crowds in some polling stations and long waits, voters demonstrated commitment to the process. The India IRI 40-member joint IOM was deployed across all 6 geopolitical regions of the country, and it observed all stages of the voting process.
A civil society organization says its observers who were deployed to monitor election exercises in some of the polling units across the state has recorded 97% of an atmosphere of orderliness. The general coordinator of the organization, Reverend Father Peter Akimumi, disclosed this while addressing journalists at the Just Watcher Election Observation Situation Room, located at the Justice Development and Peacemaker Center in Osogbo, the Osun State capital. He commended INEC for improvements on the electoral process in Nigeria in terms of planning and management at the polling units level.
JDPMC observed that there was deployment of INEC personnel to all polling units across the state. It further observed 96% of early commencement of voting, namely by 8:30 a.m. across Osun State. The beavers, which was used for accreditation of voters, was observed to have been deployed to all polling units. It, however, functioned in 99.73% of the polling units, which JDPMC observed. There was malfunctioning in 0.27. This is derived from the fact that of all the polling units observed, only 8 polling units had beavers malfunctioning, with 2 resolved. 6 were not resolved as at 3 p.m. There was a general atmosphere of orderliness in at least 97% of the polling units, with proper spacing to allow for the open secret balloting. Ad hoc personnel of INEC in all polling units did not have data on persons with disability in their polling units. They also confirmed that no assistive materials for such persons with disability were deployed to their polling units.
And we still have with us our Rise analyst Frank Tietie. Frank, I want to say thank you for staying with us, and I would like to just draw your attention towards something, because reports have actually surfaced whereby police officers have been arrested in Rivers State for snatching ballot boxes. And we've seen pictures that have surfaced and videos that have surfaced online about all these malpractices. And I asked the question. People say that this was the essence of beavers, to checkmate all these excesses and ensure that it is reduced and limited. But ultimately, do you think the beavers was able to checkmate all these excesses in electoral malpractice? What's your overall assessment as we speak?
The bush with regards to that. When any people are committed to holding on to standards and actually applying or practicing them, you don't really need a technology to enhance that. But again, when a people supervised by authority figures, whether political figures or security personnel, are determined to subverting a well-intended process and application of technology, definitely they'll probably have their way. It is whether that will of subversion against the will of the state or the collective will of the people to ensure that there is standard. It is that contest that matters. So when you report to me, that there were actually cases of compromises, cases of security men, and it's not the first time. It's a regular and recurring decimal in our elections, in our electoral cycles. What I do notice is that there is a very sharp reduction in this time around. But when that happens, it's as a result of a determined, concerted effort by authority figures, politically exposed persons, and unscrupulous, trust elements who work for INEC that collude to ensure that that happens.
Frank?
If that happens in Rivers, the factors that contribute to that, making it happen, are very many. It's
Frank,
they're not
Mr.
things
Frank
I can list here,
Tietie,
but
I'm
quite
so
many
sorry
because
to
of
interrupt you. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we have to go to the National Coalition Center in Abuja, where we understand INEC is about to give us further information concerning the results of the election.
The resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State, accompanied by the state coalition officer for the presidential election for Ogun State, to make their presentation. I will come back to all the issues you have raised, I promise you. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Please resume your seat. You'll be given the opportunity to speak. Please resume your seat. Where is the mic?
Section can refer to 64. Yeah, section 64, subsection 4A and B. With your kind permission, I'll read. It says, a collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that a number of accredited voters stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted, the key word there is transmitted, directly from polling units under section 40, subsection 2 of this act as amended. B, the votes stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the votes or results recorded and transmitted, keyword again, directly from polling units under section 60, subsection 4 of the act as amended. Now the point is, when I stood up the other time, the point we raised was that any scope that comes here to share and give Nigerians results from their state, you must demand from them. If these results they are uploading or they are giving to us here had been uploaded before presenting to Nigerians. This is a simple thing that we want, so that it is consistent with what the Electoral Act has requested the Commission to do. I don't know if this makes sense, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Emeka Ihedio. Mr. Chairman, I can proudly say that I'm a person of high standing in our society. I've been a legislator for 12 years. I was a presiding officer. Mr. Chairman, I was elected by my people as their governor. Mr. Chairman, I understand the process and procedures. I'm a person who values the integrity of our system. But when there are doubts, it's important we all come up on one page. Sir, the desire of most Nigerians is that this process should be seen as free, fair, and transparent. I have been in contact with several agents of our parties across the country. Now, the fact is that results uploaded from polling units in a number of states are not what is being collated. Now, we've had incidents of hijack, we've had incidents of result writing, we've had incidents of manipulation. It makes sense that we interrogate these processes so that we, at this point, if a result is collated and we accept that those results are okay, then it's good to go. If we do not interrogate this process at this point, then it means that our business here has undermined the process. And Mr. Chairman, I plead with you to appreciate the point we've raised and give some time to look at this so that the integrity is sustained. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity.
I want to actually refer the commission because we have so much confidence. We, from the political parties, we have so much confidence in your leadership. And we know, as a matter of fact, we've been engaged with a lot of quarterly meetings. We have discussed a lot. And we believe you want to give Nigerians the best. And the greatest thing you can do for us is, at the end of the day, let Nigerians, the votes that Nigerians casted be what will be declared. I am very much aware that Section 65 of the Electoral Act, I know this commission has powers for review. If there are states, for instance, where there are discrepancies, I know Section 65, subsection C, that has to do with declaration of scores of candidates and the return of a candidate, provided that the commission shall have the powers within 7 days to review the declaration and return where the commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines, and the manual for election. Sir, please hearken to the cry and the voice of political parties, which I know and we trust you. Don't look at any pressure. We know you can handle this. After all, when forces we are trying to remove you as INEC chairman, we stood by you. And we believe you can give Nigerians the best. If there are areas where there are discrepancies, I know you have the powers to review. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nkem Okando, agent for ADC. Mr. Chairman, I've actually listened to my colleagues, and I want to urge and plead. Since it is obvious that the results, most of them have not been uploaded on the polling unit according to the electoral law that we just read, I want to appeal that we adjourn this session to maybe 24 hours to enable the state people, the state collection officers, to upload all their polling unit results so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. I still represent APP. Chinemeluba is my name. It is surprising that political parties who are supposed to be fighting now are in unison saying the same thing. Not just surprising, but fundamental. There is no point progressing in error, Mr. Chairman. We are racing to nowhere. This election started on Saturday. Today is almost over. I insist, in line with my colleagues here, that we get it right. Let us get it right before we proceed with the collation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dino Welaya, PDP. Mr. Chairman, they said the voice of the people is the voice of God. Those of us who spoke from this angle are representatives of the political parties that participated in this election. And it is only responsible for INEC to listen to us. When you made your presentation earlier, you made it look as if agents are just here to rubber stamp whatever the returning officers are presenting. Because you said you passed that stage, it's at the stage of ward polling units, but the provisions of Section 65 have already mandated you, because you are also a returning officer in this election. It's just the difference is that they are returning officers from the states and you are returning results for the presidential election. And the provision of Section 65 is very, very unambiguous and is clear. And it is that you have the power and capacity to review results here. And you cannot review results if there are no agitation of infractions from the political parties. And that is what we are saying. That we cannot move forward except the law is respected, except The promise you made to Nigerians, I have just done a little research. You have promised Nigerians 68 times that beavers will work. And my brother, Barrister Festus Okoye, after I checked using Google machine, I promised Nigeria 118 times that beavers will work. We want to see it work and working by going to the portal to see all these results. It worked in Edo, it worked in Osun, it must work in this presidential election. We cannot proceed with computation or collation of results when we cannot see. The confidence we have in this electoral act is the introduction of the electronic transmission of results. If that is not done, then there is no difference between what we are doing now and what we did in 2015, because what you are doing is practical manual collation. That means the billions of taxpayers' money, including mine, that was spent on the issue of beavers and transmission of electronic results is wasted. And we should not be wasters. We want a categorical response on this issue of uploading results. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Nze Frank White. I represent the APP. Mr. Chairman, last Saturday, Nigerians trooped out in their mass, in millions, because of the confidence that the electronic transmission of results put in them. They came out and, it was so massive that so many of them left what they're supposed to do. Those days of playing football in the streets were not seen on Saturday. Mr. Chairman, the integrity of this process will stand undermined if the electronic transmission that my colleagues here have requested is not guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I will seek a clarification. Do we speak as individuals or we speak for the parties? A situation where two persons are speaking on behalf of a party. I speak for APC, and I would not think, after I've spoken for APC, my colleague should also get up to say he's also speaking for APC. We are not, in my opinion, in a debate. I will also correct the impression when it was said that the political parties are in unison. We are not in unison with, excuse me, Mr. Senator Melaye and Right Honorable, with all respect, kindly let me speak. We are not in unison with them. A lot of law has been procured, preferred, and quoted here, most especially Section 65, which says the Commission shall have the powers. These powers have been conferred on the Commission by statute, and it is the discretion of the Commission to exercise its powers as it deems fit, and not whether we demand it or we want to proclaim or dictate it. Secondly, sir, the same section has gone further that a decision of the returning officer under subsection 1 may be reviewed by an election tribunal. And I think if we are not satisfied, like has been rightly said, the whole world is watching this process. We should let the process run its course. Like has been rightly observed, there were elections in other places, some of which have been contested in the courts. Why is this being made to be different? Let the results be presented. And just to add, that the provision of Section 60, subsection 4
that is now being misrepresented here. It says upload from polling units, but we are not here to debate whether it was uploaded or not. That cannot be reviewed here. So my appeal is for the Commission to proceed with its constitutional duty and make the results available. If we are not satisfied, we will approach the election tribunal. And that is all we are praying for. Like we said, the whole world is watching us. I appeal, sir, Mr. Chairman, that you proceed and do the needful and exercise the powers conferred on you by both the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and let us have the results so we can take necessary steps as we may deem fit. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, any more?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zafanaya Gisalo. I represent NRM. Mr. Chairman, I've been in the Parliament to also make the law and also make the Electoral Act. Like my senior colleague said, Emeka Edoha. The law is there. The act is there. And just like the Section 65 have said, the power is given to the INEC to conduct its election. And election process had been laid down from the polling unit, which all of us went around to vote. And then after they are counted, the beavers were there to know the number of people, the agents were there, now the collation to the vote collection center. Everything was tight. The agents were there to see what all was done at the polling unit. And from there, the process is also there to go to the local government headquarters. This thing were done, and then subsequently move to the ward, move to the state. And in the state level, all these things were checked. And I don't think there was any problem. Other, all these things have been addressed right from there. Coming here to talk on this issue, we are contrary to some of the agents that have said whatever they mean, we should not derail this transition. We should not derail to deceive Nigerians on what is happening. What has come here is the right thing that has been done.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Clement Ojukwu. I represent Labour Party. Sir, this is democracy, and we have spoken on behalf of our people. As you have promised Nigerians before today that our votes are going to count. In addition to that, you told us, or you told Nigerians, that our result will be transmitted electronically. It is not too much to demand of you to fulfill your promises. Again, remind those that is telling you of your supreme powers. Tell them you are not a military officer, but you are a leader of democracy in this country. Please kindly do the needful by telling the coalition officers from the state to first tell us how these results were transmitted before now. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, my name is Bame Vidieno, the agent for Young Progressives Party, YPP. I don't want to be seen to be taking sides on the side of anybody, but on the side of the law. I want to state that this is a fifth level of collation. The first was at the polling unit, then at the Ward Collation Center, then Local Government Collation Center, then the State Collation Center, before coming to this collation center, which is the fifth. And I think if there was any issue that should have been raised concerning transmission of results or whatever, they would have been tackled at those stages by our agents, which we had at all the various levels. I think what we are doing here is not in tandem with what ought to be done. I think that this process should be allowed to go, since we couldn't tackle whatever problems, issues we had at the earlier levels. Then if this process is concluded, we have the election petition tribunals that could handle whatever problems that are being raised here. I think the INEC at this stage now should be allowed to go on with the collation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman, can I make a quick remark?
Jack.
Chairman, please.
This is...
No, I know I'm not a politician and I don't intend to be one. But we all have a stake and we all have a voice. Let me appeal to our politicians, respected individuals, to please calm down. The soul of this nation is in this hall today. And any individual that inflames this nation and create chaos, history will not forgive you. I appeal to you all. Every one of you have a very important point, and you have laid it out. Please, I don't also think in the Electoral Act that politicians have a right to stop this process. I don't like what has happened as an individual, but let's respect the law and let the law take its course. And you have every right to challenge the outcome. Please, my brother Dino and everybody maker, please, on behalf of the entire nation, we are please asking you please to calm down. Let us have this process, and then we, civil society, will back you and challenge whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard everything that you have said, but I'm going to comment on 3 issues. The first one, which was the starting point of all this lengthy conversation, is over the allegation of overvoting in the result presented yesterday from Ekiti State. What is overvoting? Where the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. Based on the original of the document signed by party agents at state level and the spreadsheet before me, there was no overvoting in Ekiti State. The total number of accredited voters is 315,058. That is what is on the authentic document. Any other figure that shows anything at variance with this did not emanate from the Commission. We provided a detailed breakdown of the scores by political parties across the board. Towards the end of the spreadsheet, we provided 3 columns. The first column is total valid votes. And that is 308,171. Total rejected votes, 6,301. Total votes cast, valid or rejected, 314,472, which is actually lower than 315,058. Let me recap. Total number of accredited voters, 315,058. Total votes cast, both valid and invalid, is 314,472. There is no overvoting. When you compare the total number of votes cast and the number of accredited voters, if there is anything, you may actually say that there was undervoting, not overvoting. So that is my response to the first issue raised. And I repeat myself once again for clarity. If there is any figure different from what I have presented and what came from the manual forms completed by the State Coalition Officer for the presidential election from Ekiti State, please discountenance that figure. It did not emanate from the Commission. I saw some postings on the social media to the effect that the Ekiti election result was published on the 20th of February, 5 days ahead of the election. And what is the evidence? They took the result presented yesterday and took the total number of registered voters for Ekiti State and concluded that the results were prepared several days before the election. All Nigerians will bear me witness that here in this hall, we presented the hard copies of the total number of registered voters in Nigeria on state-by-state basis and the number of PVCs collected. And that information, as we speak, is on the Commission's website. So if anybody is trying to be clever by half, by taking figures from somewhere and saying, oh, these results were published or released ahead of the election, that one can only pass for fake news. And I'm sure that we are responsible citizens not to fall for fake news. So my first response is that for the election results presented for Ekiti, there was no overvoting. Overvoting means the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. The number of accredited voters is in this particular case higher than the total number of votes cast. So that's my first response. My second response is, are the figures consistent from what transpired at the polling units and what was uploaded or ought to have been uploaded to the IRF portal? I am satisfied that the figures on this spreadsheet emanated from the process that transpired at the polling units. The polling units are the only places where citizens vote. Whatever you do thereafter is just collation of result. And we have provided the votes code by each political party. However, if any political party believes that the figures they have from the hard copies of the results given by their polling agents at the level of collation, that the figures are inconsistent with what has been provided on the spreadsheet that we projected yesterday, I would like that political party to forward the information to the Commission so that we can speak on the basis of facts. I like the suggestion made that the Commission has power under the Electoral Act to review results, but that power is contingent upon one procedure. The process has to be concluded first before you can then talk about power to review. I want to assure political parties that any evidence that you have of any alleged wrongdoing at any level of the process, whether it's at the polling unit or at collation level, please forward this information. And I promise you, as soon as the process is concluded, we will then do the review as provided by law. On this note, I beg you for us to proceed with the process. Thank you very much. Okay. Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the best interests of our country. So may I invite the resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State to to introduce himself, and for the state coalition officer for the presidential election from Ogun State to similarly introduce himself and present the result from Ogun State. The resident electoral commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Olani Ijalayi. I am the resident electoral commissioner, INEC in Ogun State.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairman of INEC. My name is Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and I'm the State Coalition Officer for the presidential election scope of the 25th of February, 2023 in Ogun State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th of February, 2023 in Ogun State are as follows. Total number of registered voters. Total number of registered voters. 2,688,305. 2,688,305. Total number of accredited voters, 612,341. 612,341. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A. Party A, 1153. AA. AA, 331. 331. AAC. AAC, 9 923. 923. ADC. ADC 10529. 10529. ADP. ADP 1734. 1734. APC. APC 341554. 341554. APGA APGA. APGA APGA 934. 934. APM. APM 6012. 6012. APP. APP 326. 326. BP. BP 374. 374. LP. LP 85829. 85829. NNPP. NNPP 2200. 2200. NRM. NRM 542. 542. PDP. PDP 123831. 123831. PRP. PRP 356. 356. SDP. SDP 738. 738. YPP. YPP 366. 366. ZLP. ZLP 2392. Total number of valid votes. Total number of valid votes 580,124. 580,124. Total number of rejected votes. Total number of rejected votes 31324. 31324. Total vote cast. Total votes cast 611,448. 611,448. 11448. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Scope for Ogun State. Were there places where election was not held or the outcome of the election cancelled?
There are places where we have cancellation. They have been compiled. The respective forms, which is EC 40G, was filled. During the state collation exercise yesterday, they were all displayed. And the reasons for the cancellation ranges from overvoting. There are some that voters refuse to use the BVAS. And also there are some that was disruption, which probably some thugs came, but they did not cut away with any election material in any of our polling stations throughout Ogun State.
Okay, thank you very much. Party agents, any comments or observations to the scope? Okay, please submit your result.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Scope. And the original handwritten completed Form ECAD has been duly countersigned by agents of political parties present during state collation in Abeokuta. Thank you. Thank you, BC. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Red. Thank you very much. And I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Collation Secretariat, which state is next? Oyo, where is Ramon Taylor, the resident electoral commissioner? Oyo? Okay. No, Oyo is there, and there is another state also in the holding area. So, are you ready, Oyo? Okay, please come forward along with the state collation officer. So, Rek, please introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the results for Oyo State.
My name is Dr. Taylor Adeniran Abdurrahman, the resident electoral commissioner, Oyo State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Oyo State. Thank you, sir. For the presidential election that held on the 25th of February, 2023, we have the following as the results of the election. 1, the total number of registered voters in Oyo State. Total number of registered voters, 3276,675. 3276,675. Total number of accredited voters, 854,439. 854,439. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 39514. 39514. Party AA, 1124. 1124. Party AAC, 1153. 1153. ADC, 6080. ADC, 6080. ADP, 2298. 2298. APC, 449884. 449884. APGA, 1368. 1368. APM, 462. 462. APP, 1985. 1985. BP, 363. LP, 99110. 99110. NNPP, 4095. 4095. NRM, 659. 659. PDP, 182977. 182977. PRP, 433. 433. SDP, 14517. 14517. YPP, 572. 572. ZLP, 2891. 2891. Total valid votes 809485. 809485. Rejected votes 42471. 42471. Total votes cast. Total votes cast 851956. 851956. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where elections did not hold or cancelled?
Yes, sir. Elections were cancelled in 17 polling units in 14 registration areas.
Reason?
Overvoting, sir. And the total number of cancelled votes were 7363. 7363.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, observations, suggestions? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we move to Yobe State. Is the REC and the State Collection Officer around? Is the REC as well as the scope? Okay.
My name is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner, Yobe State.
My name is Professor Umaru A. Pate, Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Kashere in Gombe State. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25 February 2023 in Yobe State. With me is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner for Yobe State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Yobe State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties as follows. A party, 312. A party, 312. AA, 915. AA, 915. AAC, 221. AAC, 221. ADC, 1034. ADC, 1034. ADP, 1295. ADP, 1295. APC, 15145. APC, 15145. Am I correct? Okay. 151459. ABGA, 875. ABGA, 875. APM, 472. APM, 472. APP, 256. APP, 256. BP, 149. BP, 149. LP, 2406. LP, 2406. NNPP, 18270. NNPP, 18270. NRM, 672. NRM, 672. PDP, 198567. PDP, 198567. PRP, 265. PRP, 265. SDP, 192. SDP, 192. YPP, 630. YPP, 630. ZLP, 407. ZLP, 407. Total number of valid votes, 378397. Total number of valid votes, 378397. Total number of rejected votes, 18934. 18934. Total votes cast 397,331. Total votes cast 397,331. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any polling units where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 2, 1 in Fika. We had one of the polling booths with about 768 voters registered, and total number of PVCs collected 768. But because of faulty BVA, they couldn't vote. Then we also had Jakusko with LG code 04. One polling unit also affected with about 1073 voters. There was destruction of polling materials, and because of that, it was cancelled. The reports are attached to the submission here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, any observation? Okay, please step forward to submit your result. I understand that Enugu State will be ready in the next 10 minutes. So wait for the next 10 minutes to take Enugu. I also understand that Lagos and Gombe are approaching the building. Thank you. So 10 minutes, we'll take Enugu State.
So they've got 10 minutes break, after which they'll return, and I think they said they'll go to Enugu State. But a couple of states have been declared here today: Oyo, Ogun, Yobe, and counting. So the APC clinching Oyo, Ogun, and the PDP clinching Yobe State. So more results expected after all the drama that we saw that went on earlier before these latest results were declared. So we also did see a number of party agents who stormed out of that collation center, the National Collation Center. So interesting scenario. They are up in arms after all that argument about the propriety, the legality of the process, whether or not they were going to continue, citing several provisions of the Electoral Act. And goodness, and here we are now. But Mr. Uzi, what's your impression of what's played out so far?
Well, there's a debate as to whether what is going on now is in accordance with the Electoral Act and whether it's in accordance with the INEC regulations and guidelines. My only challenge about the position of the political parties is that they have not come to say that the results being announced are not in conformity with the scores or the total number of accredited voters as they observed in the lower levels of collation. They are not challenging the scores. They are challenging the process and the procedure. They are challenging the fact that INEC guidelines provides for a comparison being made with the results as exhibited, as displayed in the IREF portal. And it's a choice between let us follow the process as outlined, the architecture as outlined in the Electoral Act and in the INEC guidelines, or let us ensure that we speedily dispose of this result collation process. So it will appear to me the INEC has chosen the latter. We will rather than wait for the IREF portal to be up and running and display all the results. Nobody knows how long that will take. The statement yesterday said we were in this process of resolving all the issues. I think there's still one or two challenges. So it depends on which you think should follow. Are you a process person, technical process person, or Nigerians are interested in timelessly getting to hear who the next president, what are the scores?
So just to put it out there,
okay.
Those are PDP, LP, APP, SDP, and ADC.
Walked out.
The parties who walked out.
So, but is that not opening up INEC to litigation? I mean, the fact that there's a law that provides procedural guidelines, and you even had a guideline that sort of enhances the act. Is that not opening yourself up to litigation, seeing that you're going contrary to what you put out as a procedure?
Well, either course of action will open INEC to litigation, and especially in electoral matters, we are a litigious community. Don't forget that there are over 700 cases dealing with party primaries, intra-party affairs.
As we speak.
INEC is joined as a necessary defendant, but it's not primary elections conducted by INEC, even conducted by the political parties themselves. That's the level of disputation that we have within the parties. So yes, definitely, I think your question was more the likelihood of success of those challenges.
Okay.
But Ambassador...
All right, gentlemen, pardon me.
Okay.
We need to just bring you the walkout, and then after they walked out, they spoke to the press behind these collation centers. So we caught up with some of them after they made their points. Have a listen.
Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the...
We party agents haven't observed that the national chairman of INEC is determined to rig the election by making sure that results are not uploaded, by vehemently making a presentation that makes it look as if we are all here to rubber stamp the fraud that has been cooked between INEC and APC. We are saying that we are not here to rubber stamp the electoral fraud that have been prepared by INEC and APC. We are Nigerians and we all know that there is nowhere on the server that results have been uploaded. It's now saying we should wait for the process to be completed. All the political parties here stage a walkout to express the unfortunate politicization and commercialization of our electoral process.
How many of the parties are staging a walkout?
We are about 9-10 of us here, understand? And we are saying that INEC is compromised, APC have influenced INEC, and we can see results are being changed. We have records of where elections did not take place and results have been prepared. We have records of where the beavers were not used and results have been pronounced. What is difficult in the INEC chairman showing the uploaded results so that we can compare and interrogate that with the presentation that is made by the state returning officers. But they cannot upload results. They cannot show us uploaded results because they know that what they are going to upload will be at variance with what they are presenting to Nigerians. So the electoral process has been rigged. INEC have rigged the 2023 elections, and we are completely dissociating ourselves from it, and we know what to do next.
How many parties staged a walkout this afternoon?
There are about 10 political parties that have actively participated in the election.
So are you saying that you would no longer, your party, the Labour Party, will no longer participate in this election?
We have already participated in the election.
Or in the collation process?
The only thing we are challenging the process in which they are declaring the results. You understand? They have promised us that they are going to use beavers. Beavers are used, but the result of the beavers have not been uploaded. What they are giving us now are doctor results, they are fake results, and that is why we do not accept it. And we have called on the INEC chairman. If he did not agree and did not accept what we are telling you, how shall we accept what he is telling us? It's a result that we have a complaint from our agent. We have seen it. Everybody have seen it. We have seen where infractions have been happening, and we have seen where doctor results have been submitted. Our agent have reported to us. This is what we are not. That is what they are telling us here. So, and he wants us to just rubber stamp what they are telling us, and then as APC have suggested that we should meet in court, and that's what is succumbing to it.
So what next? So what next for your party? What next?
What the next thing is we have done what we are doing now, and then we are going to take the instruction from our masters.
All right, so some of the political party agents that staged a walkout at that National Coalition Center, they've taken a break now. But Abosede, what's going through your mind?
So, I mean, the first thing I did is I went to the IREF portal and I'm just looking at, obviously, how far do we have to go? And it shows that 62,736 results have now been uploaded. But as you know, there are 176 and about 606 polling units. And so technically, we're still around 40%, right? So I think there are two things here. The political parties that walked out were very clear about what they would prefer. And what they're saying is adjourn this process, okay? Now, I think that it's important to highlight that the cost of that to Nigerians is that they need to wait, right? But we started this conversation by saying, wow, it's been 48 hours. Yeah. And we just don't know. We're not in position to say how long it would take for INEC to upload those results such that when the scope comes and is announcing, they can display it for us. So it's a valid ask, definitely, and I think in line with the Electoral Act that, the part of the Electoral Act and the guidelines that have already been stated, it is a valid ask. However, I think it's important to understand what is at stake, if we were to go in that direction.
Prof, we'll come back to you in a minute, but just quickly go to this APC's press release. The Tinubu to Lagosians, he did ask that they become and maintain peace. So he did say, all Progressives Congress, the presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, appeals to Lagos State, people in Lagos State, to become and eschew any act that can lead to breakdown of law and order. He said the outcome of the election in Lagos, where Labour Party won the presidential election, should not be a source of provocation, saying that the beauty of democracy is that people have a right to vote for the candidates of their choice. Okay, so we can go ahead and listen to some of them.
We have credible information from my colleagues at the bar. They have consulted some of my colleagues at the inner bar, senior advocates like me, who they have told to shop to go and prepare court papers and proceed to court. I want to appeal to the judiciary to remember the famous or the infamous Justice Ikpeme of June 12th. We should not have a replay of the situation of Justice Ikpeme and what happened to her thereafter. That is my appeal to the judiciary, which is still my primary constituency. Please, please, and please, they should not scuttle democracy. If they think that INEC has subverted the provisions of the law in releasing the results, we will meet them anywhere in court. Because we say that there is no such provision legally binding on INEC. Legally binding on INEC. And that overrides provision of both the Constitution and the Electoral Act that says that results must be uploaded before they are declared. What the law still recognizes is the manual step-by-step collation until the announcement of the results at the National Collation Center as provided for by law. There is nothing, and let me tell you this. I want you to simply ask the PDP. It's not good. I mean, for the LP, they have called for the cancellation of the results. Fair, well and good. We'll meet them anyway. But for the PDP, I want you to ask a critical question to all these drama kings you are seeing up and down, making noise without substance. Have you picked up a particular result from a particular state and compared it with the ones your agent submitted? And tell the world which unit has been altered, which ward result has been altered, which state result has. Tell the world.
All right, so there you go. The All Progressives Congress also giving their press conference concerning what they've seen going on, reactions to the PDP, Labour Party, SDP, APP, the agents and their parties who staged the walkout and calling for cancellation, or they're not believing in the entire process. Well, Prof, you've heard what's going on now. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think it's patently very risky for INEC to put on hold the process of announcement of the results. It immediately declared that INEC has admitted that it's lost in crisis. And I think that's what should not be done.
Okay. By the way, Labour Party also had their briefing. Just ended moments ago, as a matter of fact. So they're all having these briefings going all over the place, and pressmen will have to make sure we catch snippets, if not the entire thing. So that also went on, and I think subsequently we will... Okay, here it is, by the way.
Leaders repeated this promise multiple times.
Okay, so that is Labour Party's Akin Oshuntogun. Okay, so he's clearly stating their party's position, but previously I think they had also spoken about how they do not believe in the process previously before today. So this is an addition to what they said previously. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that the position of the chairman of INEC is reasonable, but that means the case has not been closed, because as he himself admitted, once the announcement process is concluded, then the possibility of review can then be activated. Now, but what the political parties are saying is very important for us to note. The first is that they have discovered some discrepancies between what has been announced at the local government level as the result of the state and what they have from their party agents. That's the first point. Then secondly, they said by not uploading the results for access, the argument or their fear is that INEC is not confident that what is going to be uploaded corresponds to what actually happened at the polling unit. They may be wrong, they may also be right. But the important point is really this, that when you look at the local government figures, you can't compare those figures with the polling unit figures that the political parties are talking about. Mm-hmm. That's why that IREV portal is so important for the purposes of transparency.
Okay, Prof, just for clarity, now those images you see, this press conference by Labour are the initial images that we do have, but we will bring you what they actually said in the press conference. So just stay with us, we'll bring you that one. Conclude your thoughts.
So, which makes it very difficult to argue that the parties do not have any ground for the complaints that they are making. I think what they are trying to do is to establish an environment where it will be clearly established that they have protested the results. Because they are now going to go a step further to put all the documents that they have together and begin to get ready for that review. And if that doesn't happen, of course, to get ready for litigation.
So let me ask this question. Abosede, maybe you come in here. Why go down a wrong, well, not a wrong road, a tedious road? Why go down a tedious road when you can stop and make amends? I mean, going by the guidelines that INEC, and I asked this question earlier, Mr. Ozzy also attempted to answer that question. You have the law. You put out a guideline for yourself and for every other person. And in the course of executing your assignment, you are reminded, this is what you said. Can you stop, correct yourself, and then we continue and that becomes too difficult?
So I think you're looking at it, as an isolated case. Everything that you have said is correct. However, given what is currently happening, the stakes are too high for the INEC chairman to pause this process. It's going to feel like 72 hours, the next 10 hours or 12 hours before they resume at 11 a.m. again tomorrow. It's going to feel like 24 hours. So the INEC chairman, as the returning officer for the presidential election, has made a call, right? Whether this is the best call at this time, I mean, we can argue about that.
Okay.
I would say it is, giving what is at stake. Because ultimately, I think in the midst of all of this, the most important people are those people who went out to vote.
Yeah, Ms. Uzi, I'm wondering. Okay, sorry, you want to?
You see, it's very tempting to say, put it on hold. I mean, if you just create an image of June 12th, that the elections were going on, at the point of announcement of result, you suspend the process.
Okay, a couple of things from that. Yeah. Now, Ms. Uzi, did INEC play into their hands, on the one hand, and secondly,
still monitor it. At that, the INEC chairman wants us to accept what they are presenting here, and so on. We do not accept.
Are you accusing INEC of colluding with a political party?
We are accusing INEC. We are accusing INEC for not listening to the cry of millions of Nigerians that they have promised the confidence that all the Nigerians that have come to vote for their respective candidate, their beloved candidate, they have believed in what INEC has said. As it has been said, they are going to use Vivas, and we believe in Vivas, and the Vivas have not been used. It has been compromised.
So what if this outcome favors your party? How would you go from there?
It's not the issue of the issue is that has the system been consistent, reliable, and truthfully been used?
Excuse me, please. All of us, excuse me, sorry, please. All of us that will stage a walkout, all the political parties that stage a walkout, our resolution is that the entire process be cancelled. That is our demand. Our demand is that the system is compromised, INEC is compromised, so the entire process be stalled and cancelled.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Some strong accusations there. We are now going to be joined by Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, joining us from the Abuja studio to join in this conversation this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, Professor. What has been your greatest shock and also the fears with the current election and how it's going with the ongoing collation, and also your response to these heavy accusations? We saw the PDP stage a walkout led by Dino Melaye, and they're also saying that they're calling for a full cancellation despite what the outcome might be. What is your thoughts on this, and how do you see them rectifying this going forward?
Well, thank you very much for bringing me on. What we are witnessing now is not really surprising. First, it is not untypical of the Nigerian electioneering process for us to have contestations like this. They can be very trenchant, very vociferous, given the fact that we're still evolving, as a nation in terms of imbibing ideal democratic culture. That is one, and this is without prejudice to the points every section is making. And second, of course, we saw, we were able to anticipate very clearly that the election was going to be keenly contested, with the nature of the campaigns and, of course, with the nature of the aspirants themselves. There were people with almost equal or near equal pedigrees, people
who went around crisscrossing the nation, and of course representing, some regions, so to say, even though they had networks, across the country, the network that crisscrossed sections of the country. So the predictions were right that it was going to be a close election. So if the election was going to be close, it's not going to be surprising if we are having this kind of tension, this kind of seeming hits in the polity. But the gratifying thing is that we'll have a process, a democratic process, and a democratic process is always very rich in the sense of asking that, the action and what will follow has to be processual. Protestations are naturally processual. There are legitimate ways in which concerns can be raised. It doesn't matter how deeply pained, some aspirants might be or some of their supporters might be. They are laid down regulations. Sometimes you might find this frustrating. You might find this too painstaking and too irritating, But the legal process is just a natural resort in the interest of peace and tranquility. The points they raised, like I said, may be valid in circumstances, especially with respect to the introduction of technology represented in the use of beavers and the fact that INEC server was going to welcome the result in the first instance. But we have had the inability of INEC to upload the results, as in real time, as they were being counted and collated and announced, being uploaded into the server. This didn't happen on account of INEC failure. So first, an attempt to inject technology into the process to make it a little more, to make it freer, and much more transparent and credible, has been let down by unfortunate glitches identified by INEC hierarchy yesterday. That's unfortunate, but it seems that it's something that we'll have to really find a way around now, But how do we find a way around it? What are the options left, for aspirants or for their supporters for the agents who are rightly complaining? The option left is just to tell the legitimate process. We cannot resort to anarchy. We cannot resort to violence. We just have to respect the process. And the process in the circumstance is, of course, resorting to the courts, which of course has been a practice that we've embraced in the past. Sometimes we have also been critical of it because we would rather want a situation where we'll hold election and we'll have contestants or we'll have losers supposedly congratulating the winner, and we'll have winners also being magnanimous in victory. We'll have wanted this kind of situation to arise instead of a resort to court. But in this circumstance where people are complaining legitimately, they do not have any option other than seeking legal redress. Violence, resort to separate help is definitely not the option. The option is to respect the laws of the land and be concerned about, ideal, legitimate processes. We have had challenges, and it's been identified by local and international observers, by the media. Even ordinary voters have identified these challenges, but there are also strengths. There are also good sides of the election. What do we do at this stage? Do we throw the baby out with the bathwater, considering how costly this kind of election can be in a huge nation like us, in a nation where economy is not strong enough, where resources are limited, and where about 300 billion was carved out to execute this election? Are we just going to throw everything out of the way because of one limitation? That's going to be a difficult option to take. Painful as it is, despite the imperfections, yes, that we've identified, but we just have to find a way out of it. Very painful, no doubt, but of course the courts are also an agency. They are also institutions that can be trusted, institutions that can be relied upon, for the adjudication of misgivings that parties may have identified in the course of this election, as the case could be.
Yeah. All right, Professor Adeniyi, prior to the elections, this was called the mother of all elections. The Electoral Act 2022, the BVAS was meant to be the game changer. This is what was sold to the public. Yeah. To have all this turn on its head, do you blame those political parties who were hoping, and also the electorate who were hoping to see electronic transmission of results? Because it was said that regardless of network failure, provided the Beavers machine, provided some of these results have been uploaded, as soon as there is network, it will go straight to the server. But right now, INEC seems to have jettisoned all that, and they're doing collations manually. How do you reconcile these two together?
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation, really, and I agree with you absolutely. Very difficult to reconcile, very unfortunate, painful, especially in a situation where we imagine that we're advancing in the development of our democracy, in the strengthening of our electoral mechanism, which is an important function, an important element in the determination of how credible a democracy can be. And remember also that we're still not where we ought to be in the measurement of democracy, even in Africa. I see arguments around our position. We still have 5 other countries in Africa that are still far ahead of us. Kenya, Senegal, Mauritius, South Africa, and maybe one other country are still ahead of us. So we're still trying, and considering that we're one of the largest country in Africa, you know, the continental African citizens are looking up to us in a way, you know, to up our ante in the organization of a credible election. And that's why we've been concerned about injecting technology. And of course, we have been celebratory in the past about how technology has enhanced the credibility of our election with respect to off-season elections, the ones we held in Edo, in Ondo, in Osun. We've been celebratory, really. And there was no reason why we could expect that when it comes to the election, the general election happening in planetary Nigeria, that should not.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you because the conversation is getting really interesting, but we have to go back to the National Collation Center in Abuja, where we are expecting more results to be declared from INEC.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. These are the results of the collation we did in Enugu State. The number of registered voters, 2,112,793. 2,112,793. Number of accredited voters, 482,990. 482,990. Votes received by political parties, A, 165. 165. AA 77. 77. AAC 128. 128. ADC 282. 282. ADP 200. 200. APC 48. APN 351. 351. APP 209. 209. BP 504. 504. LP 428 640. 428 640. NNPP 1808 1808. NRM 414 414. BDP 15749 15749. PRP 95 95. SDP 103 103. YPP 290 290. ZLP 1089 424. Rejected votes 12467. 12467. Total votes cast 468 891. 468 891. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any places where elections did not hold or cancellations?
Yes, Chairman, we had overvoting and disruption in Aninri, Uduma 2, and Ezago, we also had disruption in Imbo in Ogu. Those are the three areas. Yes, yeah, we have compiled them.
Okay, any comments, any observation on the Abia result? Sorry, Enugu result. Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present the result.
Well, more results have been declared at the National Collation Center in Abuja. In southeast Nigeria, Enugu State precisely, Labour Party recorded a landslide win with 428,640 votes, while the PDP came a very distant second with 15,749 votes. Earlier, we brought you results from Ogun State, where the APC won the election with 341,500 454 votes, and they also won in Oyo State, with the APC recording an overwhelming success of 449,884 votes. We've also gotten results from Yobe State, where the PDP recorded huge success after getting 198,567 votes, while the APC came second with 151,459 votes. And of course, we've told you well, Professor Abiodun Adeniyi is still with us. He's joining us from the Abuja studios. Professor Adeniyi, thank you so much for staying with us. Now, we've been talking about the drama that played out at the National Collation Center, with party agents questioning the validity of the results. But one interesting thing is that so far, the APC has been acting as the voice of reason. Concerning the results of the election in Lagos State, Bola Tinubu called for calm, saying that as a Democrat, he's bound to accept the outcome of the just concluded election. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this, Professor. Is this a Goodluck Jonathan legacy at work? Is it the peace accord at work? Or is it that democracy is actually growing and becoming further entrenched in Nigeria? Or is this a form of political manipulation? What do you make of this statement from the APC concerning the outcome of the election in Lagos State?
Well, I think it's one of many things. You know, election is supposed to spring some surprises. Sometimes, if there are no surprises, then of course you can question the character of the whole election process. You know, it's supposed to be a contest, and in contest, of course, you expect that, you know, some shocks will rear its head, and that's what we're seeing, particularly in the case of Lagos. And I'm not also surprised that he came out, you know, directly or indirectly to say, to call for calm. It's probably the right thing to do, because if he's losing one, there are pointers, reasonable pointers that is costing him to victory at the center, going by the results that we have so far had, you know. So it's just a kind of minus and plus here. You know, if I'm not going to get these, I'm probably going to get the other. And of course, even in the loss in Lagos, there might be argument around the fact that the gap is not much, you know. And of course, I can find consolation in other places. So many things might be working in the minds of these leaders. And if you look at it overall, every contestant has suffered one bruise or the other, whether APC, PDP, or LP. They have all suffered their own individual disappointment. You know, that tells us that, you know, takes us back to what I said earlier, and something that we actually anticipated earlier on, that it was going to be a keenly contested election. And when the results start coming out, there will be so much anxiety. And until the final result is declared formally, we may not really be able to say who is going to win. Remember, there are conditionalities, you know. You have to have 25%, you can actually say you have actually won. But it can also be gratifying when you are looking good, you know, with the figures, you know, so far read out, as the case could be. And of course, we're also seeing what is happening at the National Collation Center, with some agents, you know, exercising their legitimate right to complain, and even exercising the freedom to stage a walkout. This is not also unexpected, even though we will have ordinarily wanted a situation where the result will be acceptable to all. It's a difficult thing, a difficult time for them, losing an election can be very painful. Ordinarily in life, nobody wants to lose anything, but it's a fact of life that we cannot all be winners. There will always be winners and losers. And what matters is how we manage the circumstance that we find ourselves. How are these agents, these politicians, going to manage this one? How is it going to be different from the previous one? And that's what we're talking about, growing our democratic culture. Growing it is not just about longevity that we are having 23 or 24 years of unbroken democracy, but the character also have to be implicated in our bid to grow it. And what is this character? To be magnanimous in victory and to be gallant in defeat. Are we there yet? I'm not sure. And remember what I said earlier, that it's fine, that we are having complaints, we are having protestations, but protestations is processual in the cancellation of the result. It looks a tall request, but of course the courts are there, for them to resort to. And I see them exploring that option. But for now, ordinarily as observers, we just be wondering, at the cost of cancellation. Considering the sympathy we naturally should have for our nation, with limited resources, and considering the humongous amount, in terms, not just the cost, but the logistics, the movement of men and materials involved in conducting an election in a huge nation like ours. And what about the psychological drain it often constitutes on the citizens in terms of distraction, in terms of distraction in all sectors of the economy? Universities are presently shut down now. Students are losing lectures and lessons and knowledge. And of course, the economy is also suffering because so many things are waiting for the peaceful conduct of the elections before they take off. All these things will have to come into consideration. But mercifully, we cannot downplay the place of process, which happens in stages. And I see them exploring it, and we will not be blaming them if they decide to go to court. The courts are there. That's why they are there. And it's another institution that has to be strengthened as well. Overall, we're just concerned about strengthening the institutions. And of course, the failure of our institutions, or the weakness of our institutions, is actually what has partly led to the inadequacy of INEC, to come out with an election that we say is speak and span, maybe some lethargy somewhere, maybe some inefficiency, the absence of productivity and effectivity in some places is probably what has led to the malfunctioning of the beavers after over 4 years of preparation, after all the appropriation, and after all the pronouncements, from the INEC High Command that they are ready for the election. And we are seeing this happening. But I've had international observers, making an important, instructive summation this afternoon that election is a journey. It's not necessarily a destination. And that democracy is a journey, not necessarily a destination. We are probably headed somewhere. We're unfortunately not there yet, but all we have to do in this circumstance is to renew our hope, invest our hope that at some point we will get it. And of course, there shouldn't be any bringing out of swords in the circumstance, since there are options for us to explore. And as long as those options are legitimate, they are in the books, it's just there for us to take those opportunities and follow them as the case could be.
Well said, Professor Adini. Speaking of sportsmanlike conduct and in this practice of this democracy that is very young for us and allowing things to run their course, it seems like, especially from this walkout, there's already quite palpable tension. And I'm going to speak to that sportsmanlike conduct. And also, I think it was J.K. Pele who was telling everyone to be magnanimous, as you said, and be peaceful in the way that they carry out the next few days. But I mean, as human beings, with the kind of stress that Nigerians have been under, even before the election started, let's even take it to the petrol scarcity and the naira scarcity. Everyone's been hot under the collar for weeks now. And it seems that the Electoral Board is asking for levels of patience that, if you look at if you want to look at it from afar, it could be seen as asking for a little bit much, given the situation in the country. Do you think that these are this is a thought that is that's behind in the minds of those that are sitting at the collation tables? I know they look really tired and frustrated themselves, but is this in the back of their minds that they need to hurry this up or try and speed up the process as much as possible before the country starts to get antsy and starts to display this unsportsmanlike conduct, especially if they're getting amped and pumped up by other parties who seem to be very strong in the grievances they have? I mean, calling for the cancellations of an entire elections that cost over 400 million naira is quite severe.
Yeah, I think your observations are in order, but first, sometimes in the course of nation building, individuals, citizens, and of course state actors, leaders are sometimes required to make sacrifices. Those sacrifices may actually be very, very painful, some of them very irritating. But what do you do? You just see that, you do not have any option at some point other than to make that sacrifice. And if it is one of you, and what may stretch you may not stretch me. So these things can actually be relative. In this circumstance, we'll need our leaders from different regards to rein in and maybe talk.
To vote with this one man and one woman, one vote is assured, as no one
would like you to just hold on to that thought. We'll get back to you. Let's get to hear from Aki Oshitoku talking about the DG of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party. He's addressing
democratic transfer of power. The President, General Muhammadu Buhari, pledged to Nigerians free and fair elections with the passage of the new Electoral Act, and indeed has repeated this promise multiple times. The INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, also came before Nigerians and the global community to promise free and fair elections, and severally reiterated its readiness to conduct the elections. What has become glaring is that none of these promises have been kept. All the promises made about deploying a fail-safe system anchored on the BVAS technology were broken. The internet and social media is awash with videos and photographic evidences of the pervasive violence and attacks that were visited on Nigerians, with some attacks still going on across the country as we speak. The evidence of collusion between INEC and the security forces to subvert the will of the people are too numerous to be detailed here. The INEC guidelines on the conduct of the elections were extensively breached, and INEC has evidently been very reluctant to make the necessary adjustment to remedy the situation. Contrary to the publicly advertised guidelines for the conduct of the elections, we are convinced that the processes leading to the results have been severely compromised. Consequently, we regret to state that we've lost confidence in the results being collated and being announced. Nigerians have inundated us with calls and protests over INEC's non-compliance with provisions of the electoral guidelines and the obvious manipulations of the election results. We hereby call on INEC to suspend further announcement of the results and follow its own guidelines or completely cancel the entire election and make plans for another election with strict compliance with the stipulated laws and guidelines. We ask that the international community to walk their talk in Nigeria and cease to conduct the multiple evils being perpetrated in our country by the rulers of Nigeria. There cannot be one standard for Nigeria and another for the rest of the world. Indeed, we recall a comparable period in 2015 when the Secretary of State, American Secretary of State, Mr. John Kerry, precisely a time like this, was breathing down on the neck of the electoral agency and the then president to do the right thing in our dear country. We urge that Nigerians remain peaceful and law-abiding, whilst assured that we are doing everything within the law to protect your sacred mandate. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. You can just come close and ask your question. All right. The DG of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party, Akin Oshutokun, actually speaking and addressing the press, and their dissatisfaction with the collation of results happening in Abuja. He has said they had lost confidence in the process, and he has called on INEC to seize the process.
Well, of course, Professor Abiodun Adeniyi is still with us. He joins us from our Abuja studio. Professor, thank you so much for staying with us. We are hearing really weighty accusations. First of all, it was Dino Melaye. Now it's Akin Oshutokun of the Labour Party. He says President Buhari and INEC, they've failed in their promise to provide free and fair election. He talked about some criminal
pain and regret, that we are back to this point where we thought we have left about 10 years ago, that after so many years of learning, of falling and rising, falling and standing up, we are still struggling to deliver a credible, free, fair election that will be largely satisfactory to a range of participants. Now we're having two major political parties kicking in at the election, saying that it is discreditable, very unfortunate, And of course, I like the last sentence, the last paragraph that he read out, that Nigerians should remain peaceful, supporters should remain calm, they will seek legitimate means, to seek redress. That's the route to go, and I expect, the legislature and of course, and the judiciary, in an ideal democracy, will have that in place as well. And we have an executive arm now carrying out an exercise through the instrumentality of INEC, and there are questions to be asked. The option for us now, for those protesting, is to resort to the judiciary. And I'm sure the judiciary, they are not also from the sky. They are right within us, and they are watching and probably waiting until the aggrieved parties come to them.
Well,
so
Professor
having said that
Adeniyi,
again, is for us also to,
Professor Adeniyi, I know it's been a lot of stop and go this entire interview, but we're always glad to have you on the show and to comment on these very important issues. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. In some more news, the Independent National Electoral Commission has been announcing the results of the National Assembly elections conducted on Saturday, along with the presidential poll. Results so far, announced by INEC, showed upsets in such states as Cross River, where Governor Ben Ayade lost his bid to represent the Cross River North Senatorial District on the platform of the All Progressives Congress. He lost to the People's Democratic Party candidate, Jaribe Agom. Also in Enugu State, Governor Ifeanyi of the PDP, well, he failed to win the contest for Enugu North Senatorial seat. in which the Labour Party's OK Ezia won. In Plateau State, Governor Simon Lalong, who doubles as the Director General of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, lost his bid to represent Plateau South Senatorial District in the Senate. The candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Ahmed Wadada, won the senatorial seat in Nasarawa State. In addition, Benue State Governor Dr. Samuel Ortom emerged one of the biggest losers of the election as Titus Zam of APC stopped his ambition to represent Benue Northwest Senatorial District.
You know, I represent YPP, Young Progressives Party. We've also seen the news, and we wish to inform you that we are not part of that. We're here for the coalition. Thank you.
My name is Zephaniah Gisalo. I'm a member of NRM agent. We are not part of that. We associated with them. Thank you. We are not part of workout. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopiago.
Now for the Coalition Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remain Barrister Chief Kenneth Udeze. In law, we say res ipsa loquitur. The first speak for you, you are seeing me live and direct, so I didn't say any work out.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Air Vice Marshal Ibrahim Umaru, representing the Nigeria People's Party, New Nigeria People's Party. We are not part of that workout. Thank you very much. We are still here with you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mohammed Kabir Umar. I'm here representing Boot Party. We are here. I did not work out, sir.
Good afternoon.
Well, for us in the All Progressive Congress, we have confidence in the process, and we are here with you to see it through. We are not part of any boycott, walkout, or revolt, as some have done. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Mohamed Idrissa, NRM Coalition Agent. We are here with you. We are confident in the process. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And we are not working out. We are after one Nigeria and believe our coming together here to support Nigeria, that is what we stand for. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Venimbe A. James, National Secretary, Action Alliance. We are with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Lagos is ready. May I invite the resident electoral commissioner of Lagos to introduce himself, and for the collation officer for Lagos to introduce herself and present the result. Rec Lagos.
Thank you, sir. My name is Olusegun Agbaje, Resident Electoral Commissioner, Lagos State.
Thank you. My name is Professor Adenike Oladije, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Technology, Akure. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Lagos State. And with me is Mr. Olusegun Agbaje, Electoral Commissioner for Lagos State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Lagos State are as follows. Number of accredited voters, 134,7152. 134,7152. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties are as follows. A, 3069. 3069. AA, 498. 498. AAC, 1597. 1597. ADC, 5789. 5789. ADP, 2439. 2439. APC, 572606. 572606. APGA, 2316. 2316. APM, 709. 709. APP, 371. 371. BP, 1837. 1837. LP, 582454. 582454. NNPP, 8442. 8442. NRM 609, 609. PDP 75750, 75750. PRP 1120, 1120. SDP 772, 772. YPP, total valid votes 1271451, 1271451. Rejected votes 64278, 64278. Total votes cast 1335729, 1335729.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Any cancellations?
Yes.
Places where elections were not held, reasons?
Yes, there were cancellations. There were 3 local government areas affected by overvoting, 3 registration areas, and 9 polling units. The total number of registered voters in these areas is 5584. 5584.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, party leaders? Any observations, any comments for the scope? Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. Please step forward to present your result. Is Gombe ready? Okay. So Gombe will be next.
We told you that in Enugu State, the Labour Party recorded a landslide win with 428,640 votes. While in Ogun State, the APC won. In Oyo State, the APC also recorded overwhelming success. While in Yobe State, northern Nigeria, the PDP recorded victory after garnering 198,567 votes. And this is where we'll be dropping the curtain on this segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, the coverage continues. I'm Temitope Fagbemi.
And I am Aaron Akirijala. Thank you for staying with us.
And I'm Hawa Mukan. Thank you, of course, for staying with us, and goodbye.
For the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Gombe State, held on 25th February 2023 in Gombe State, are as follows. For Party A scored 284.
Before the party, total number of registered voters, total number of accredited voters, and then you go to votes scored by parties.
Okay, sir. The total number of registered voters, 157,5794. 157,5794. The total number of accredited voters, 542,997. 542,997. Now the votes received by political parties. Party A, 284. 284. Party AA, 296. 296. Party AAC, 158. 158. Party ADC, 1446. 1446. Party ADP, 765. 765. Party APC, 146,977. 146,977. Party APGA, 558. 558. Party APM, 348. 348. Party APP, 208. 208. Party BP, 210. 210. Party LP, 26160. 26160. Party NNPP, 10520. 10520. Party NRM, 1061. 1061. Party PDP, 319123. 319123. Party PRP, 384. 384. Party SDP, 137. 137. Party YPP, 439. 439. Party ZLP 969. 969. That's all. Total number of valid votes 510043. 510043. Total number of rejected votes 23735. 23735. Total votes cast 533778. 533778. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any places where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, sir. The total number of cancelled votes 9640.
Okay, reasons for the cancellation? Number of registered voters in those areas?
Number of registered, number of registered voters 16162.
Any record of PVCs collected?
Yes, sir. The total number of PVCs collected 9640. And reasons, you asked for reasons?
Yes.
Reasons for cancellation, overvoting, disruption, and refusal to use beavers. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments on the Gombe report? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result.
Well, welcome to our continuing coverage. This is a program coming to you from Arise News Nigeria's capital, Abuja, as we bring you special cross-country coverage of Nigeria's 2023.
And party representatives will help us shine the light of the day on the issues surrounding what is becoming yet another controversial Nigerian general election.
Let's take you straight away back to that live that you're watching on your screens, the National Collation Center here in Abuja. Let's listen in.
Okay, thank you very much. We're expecting a few more states, but they are not so close by like the last two. So I suggest that we take a break and reconvene at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Thank you very much.
Protocols and now calls for the entire ballot to be cancelled. It was supposed to be a moment of transcendence for the conduct of elections in this country, but instead, according to local and international observers, that moment has been mixed, characterized in some areas by propriety, shattered in others by irregularities, including violence, snatching of ballot boxes, over and under voting, allegations of fraud and public mistrust around the results from some polling units not being uploaded immediately after voting and transmitted to INEC's central server as required by law. And at least one observer team emphasized the need for electoral reform.
So as polling staff, security personnel and other essential workers deployed on election day were unable to vote and were therefore disenfranchised from the process. And on the role of polling staff and the polling procedures, polling staff conducted their duties transparently, although in some cases there were inconsistencies in applied procedures. At some polling units, voters were encouraged to check their names on the voters register before they could join the queue to avoid being turned away from being at the wrong polling unit. And this was commendable. On the matter of the use of technology, while the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, functions satisfactorily in most polling units, our observers reported that the BVAS was faster on facial recognition than on detecting fingerprints of the voters during the accreditation process. The requirement first to try fingerprint recognition slowed down the process, as did issues of connectivity and training. There was general trust by officials, agents, and voters in the integrity of the BVAS.
We have noted that there have been abuses of incumbency, where those who wish to organise rallies where governors are not of the same party, that they have been hindered in some way. We have seen instances in which there have been intimidation, and therefore we took note of these issues, and these fall well short of international standards that Nigeria has set for itself. And we would encourage these cases to be prosecuted, because impunity it discourages people from taking part, and this is not up to the standards of inclusivity that we want to see in these elections. Well, there was 2 peace accords, in fact, and as you rightly note, there was a peace accord last week, and the sentiments of that peace accord are something that we would fully echo in the European Union, and we want to see political participants making very clear statements and not tolerating the type of intimidation that was going on in certain places. And our observations were that there was intimidation going on and that it was intended to suppress voter turnout, and that's a very serious issue, and it falls well short of the standards that Nigeria sets itself. But there should be very clear pathways to prosecution for those who carried this out. There should be very clear provisions within the Electoral Act about electoral offences and intimidation of this sort. So we would take note of that, and we will be part of the final report and conclusions and recommendations that we'll make at the end of this process in a few months' time.
Well, the vote was also to some extent undermined by the limitations of INEC's organizational capabilities. What should have been INEC's moment of triumph and the production of its best work so far has become, as some say it, an abuse of the electoral process, and it's left many Nigerians dazed and disappointed. But there were heated exchanges today at the National Collation Center here in Abuja between party representatives and the chairman of the Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmood Yakubu, with the parties demanding greater transparency in the announcement of the results.
Please repeat what you said on the basis of the provision of the law.
I just want to quickly react to the presentation by the chairman on we are in this country, and the INEC made a press statement when uploads were not done. You even said there was no hacking of your server and all that. And everyone sitting there is either a Christian or a Muslim. And you know there was problem with uploading your results. Till this minute I'm speaking, many results have not been uploaded on your server. So you cannot be using justification that votes took place at the polling unit when INEC failed in uploading results from polling units. If you had uploaded those results immediately after vote was casted in each polling unit, we will have access to them, and I will not be asking questions here. But as I speak to you, those results were not uploaded for hours. Yesterday, I complained to you, the chairman. I complained to 2 other commissioners, and in my presence, they called the wreck in Imo, where even the director of ICT was saying they should use offline to upload. So if results not be challenged, that the process is over. The process is not over because it is faulty. Results were not uploaded, and if those results were not uploaded, we are definitely going to contest the authenticity of whatever presentation is being made here. And finally, sir, I want to challenge any returning officer from any state coming here, because there's penalty for you if you lie or if you lie. Tell us before you start your presentation that what you are presenting before cameras, that what you are presenting is what you have uploaded on any website. Please say that and see if you have given wrong information, you will not go to jail.
I am one of the Nigerians that have absolute confidence in this electoral process. Mr. Chairman, when there were efforts to undermine the authority of INEC, we stood firmly that INEC must be truly independent. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the transparency of this process, and we're talking about confidence in the process. I had cause, sir, to engage you yesterday. I had cause to speak to your national commissioners yesterday. I had cause to speak to them this morning about collation and abuse of the electoral process. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, in a number of states, efforts are still ongoing to undermine that process. result sheet, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you can just confine yourself to what has been presented from Kwara.
Yes, sir. Mr.
If
Chairman,
you are talking about what is not before us, this discussion will be unending, and we are not here for an ending discussion.
Sir, the point I'm making,
for collation of results.
Mr. Chairman, please, sir. The point I'm making, sir, is that it is clear that there were problems with uploading the results, which is fundamental to where we are. And we are saying it is important that we know, that Nigerians are aware, that electors know that the votes they've cast were properly uploaded and it reflects the wishes of the people from polling units. Mr. Chairman, fundamentally, that collation officers and return officers were forced by people who think they're more powerful to return results. And Mr. Chairman, it is important that that is addressed.
Former Speaker of the Federal Republic, please speak to what you can present evidence for, not to stand at the National Coalition to be making insinuations. Please,
Mr. Chairman,
please resume your seat. Emeka Ihedia, please.
I'll take my seat, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
But the point has been made. Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
resume your seat.
There's some pretty feisty scenes there. I mean, quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Very extraordinary.
I
but
mean,
expected, Charles.
Absolutely, absolutely. But it really is interesting how this has evolved. But let's turn to Arise Politics editor Sumner Sambo, who is at the National Collation Center. He's been there from yesterday all through today. He's got his head around what's been going on. A busy day today, Sumner, at that National Coalition Center. Summarize for us the results we've had so far and some of the drama that we've seen.
All right, thank you so much, Charles. And this one, well, we thank our viewers for staying with us all through as we try to bring these details to our viewers step by step. Well, let me start with the latest information that the National Collation Center has adjourned till 8 p.m. when we hope to have more results coming in from states across the nation. Not quite long ago, we had the last one, which was from Gombe State, and prior to that, we had that from Lagos State. And then, of course, we had other states earlier today, like Kwara, Osun, Ondo State, Ogun State, Oyo State, Yobe State, Enugu State. And then, of course, with this now, we've had about 10 states. One yesterday, that was Ekiti yesterday, which has been very controversial. And then, of course, 9 that we've had today. So what's left right now, it's 27, that is 26 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Now, back to what happened earlier on. We had this drama where the national party agent of the main opposition People's Democratic Party, Senator Dino Melaye, staged a walkout with some parties, political parties, saying that they are not happy about the process that has happened. And of course, one other leading party that walked out with the PDP is the agent of the Labour Party, who all said that they were unhappy with the way the results were being presented. What Senator Dino Melaye had asked is that whatever was being announced here should also be placed on the board, and then the collation officer should also attest to whether the information that they are reading to the public here at the National Collation Center has been posted on the website of INEC, the result viewing portal of INEC, which is called IREV. And of course, the INEC national chairman told him that whatever has been happening here is one that has been assented to by the agents of all political parties, right from the state coalition offices. And as such, yes, in as much as he has an observation to make within that perspective, nonetheless, he should allow the entire process to go through. The INEC has the powers to review some of these results, but it is only after the entire collation at the National Collation Center here has been done, that's when INEC at the national level can intervene. But for now, the result announcement has to go on. And then, of course, when we came back from that break after the walkout by these two and other political parties, we were greeted by an amusing situation where some of the political parties came back and said, look, they are not part of that walkout, starting from the SDP, to the Action Alliance, to the NRM, down to the Boot Party, including APC itself, and some other parties. I mean, some of their party agents, including some of the national chairmen that were present here, said they are not in consonance with what the PDP and the Labour Party and others had done. And so as it stands right now, we've seen like about 2 to 3 results being released without the Labour Party agents and that of the PDP agents and some other parties being present. So that's where we are at the moment. A very important period in the life of our nation, even as we await more results from other states of the Federation.
Important and very controversial, you may say, but may I ask you something that, to your mind, has INEC, through the returning officer, who is the INEC chairman, provided enough clarification as to why the results are not being uploaded transparently?
Well, if we are to believe what the electoral authority said, they actually said that they had some delays and challenges with the portal. But since the elections got concluded on Saturday night, they've been expanding on it, and we've seen results results being posted. But a lot of anxious Nigerians have been raising the observation, including some party agents, apart from that of the PDP and Labour Party, who has stated clearly and quoted the Electoral Act by saying that even INEC's guidelines for the conduct of the election by its electoral officers actually state that once the results are released, they are supposed to be uploaded swiftly. But of course, when there's a technological glitch, what do you do? Because from some of the officials we've heard here, they said that the demand for the viewing of the results actually were much more than the portal could accommodate, despite the fact that they had expanded the bandwidth and all of that. And so the surge into the portal actually created a scenario, but that they quickly handled it. And of course, that we could see that towards the end of Saturday, some results were uploaded. As of Sunday morning, results were uploaded, but the political parties are saying that, look, enough results ought to have been uploaded as at yesterday, or maybe the process could have been concluded, so that Nigerians can actually see if what is being posted there actually tallies with what's being presented here. And so some of the party agents said that it's becoming difficult for them to be able to, like one of them has said, correlate what is going on with what was posted on the INEC website. So a lot of Nigerians will continue to await the decision of the electoral body on when exactly it hopes to have all results posted on the IREF portal, so that they'll be able to, do the best that they can. But INEC national chairman has called for caution. Some of the other political parties too have called their other political parties, urging them not to terminate the process. And of course, we also have some members of the civil society saying that, look, this nation is greater than politicians and the political parties. They should allow the process to come to a fruitful end before they can now use the legal means of resolving some of these disputes, either going through court or other processes.
And Sumner, as you continue to try to explain those areas of jeopardy, if you like, for INEC, because, I mean, as you said, quite a few of the parties appear to be rejecting the process of releasing these results and are taking a hard line on it, led by, as we said, the PDP and Labour. In fact, they've called for the results to be cancelled. We heard the PDP saying that we saw the Labour Party holding a press conference to that effect. Is that just hot air, or does it carry some weight?
Well, Charles, this actually carries some weight, considering that the Labour Party itself has been victorious in some places, upsetting the electoral map that had been drawn by some of the bigger political parties, which never gave the Labour Party a chance. And so it will come as a shocker to so many Nigerians if the party is calling for a total cancellation. But as at yesterday, they had called for a cancellation only in Rivers State, saying that they were unhappy about the outcome and they had felt that there was some form of manipulation and all of that, while asking the electoral authority to ensure that the due process is followed. But for the People's Democratic Party, yes, they've also seen some progress being made by the party winning in some parts of the country. And so a lot of people will also be wondering why the PDP is also calling for some cancellation. But at the heart of this controversy, Charles, is actually the result of Ekiti, which was made known yesterday. So the Labour Party and the PDP had made it clear that it looks like the result was tampered with. They said that the total number of registered voters, with those who came out to be accredited and those who eventually vote, there seems to be some discrepancies there. But when they eventually came to the hall here and they made known some of these, their concerns, the INEC national chairman told them to do a petition, a formal petition, instead of raising, some of these observations here. Because based on the information available to him, including the results submitted by the state collation officer for the presidential election, the scope, there seems to be no controversy there. And so that seemed to have angered Senator Dino Melaye, who is the national party agent, one of the national party agents for the PDP. And of course, he tried to create a stir here. Are a lot of Nigerians concerned about all of these things that are happening? Yes, I can tell you, because the INEC seems to be under the radar, because a lot of people had expected swift posting of those results, because INEC itself had said that they were going to do that. So if INEC breached its promise without ensuring that all results were on its portal in 24 hours, then of course it calls for concerns. And of course these political parties have expressed that they are dismayed at this, and of course it's not bad for them to actually call for cancellations here and there. But calling for a total cancellation of the entire election, well, no one can actually say what exactly how that will turn out, because we haven't really had so much of that after elections have been conducted. Mostly elections have been postponed before or on election day, but not totally after elections have been conducted, with results being reeled out like we've seen here.
And Sonia, you have covered Nigerian elections for a very long time. Would you say what we are experiencing now with the 2023 election has been any different from where we're coming from? If not, because there's a school of thought that says politicians are so desperate that it causes mayhem because they know whoever loses goes to the courts, which is almost impossible to obtain. So when you hear political parties raise these concerns at the collation center and they are told, wait till the entire process, then you can go to court, you begin to wonder if anything has really changed. What do you think?
That's a good point.
Well, let me start at this one with this very fantastic question you asked, because like the People's Democratic Party here, which is protesting, coincidentally used to be very arrogant while it was in power by asking other political parties to go to court when they shout and create a scene. I mean, I had monitored several elections and declarations right here in this same hall in the past when the PDP was in power, and when other opposition parties want to raise questions, want to ask questions and say every other thing, the PDP and its agent will actually tell people to just be quiet, go to court and all of that. So these are interesting times in our development. And of course, the democratic practice that we have right now shows at the moment that there seems to be some level of growth, irrespective of the challenges that we are having. Because if there wasn't a growth, I don't think Labour Party would weigh the two big political parties or the major political players have always played their politics, that Labour Party would have been able to come third, because no one gave that party a chance, despite the fact that the Labour Party had wanted to build a coalition for this election with the NMPP and others. It got rejected at some point in time, but you can see that it's making an inroad, and that's thanks to the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS technology, which has worked very well. I mean, some civil society groups have given it 98%, which tells you that there's an advancement. But the problem has always been the issues of collation. Like a former Western leader will say that the problem is actually not voting. You can go around and vote, but how the process is collated is where you will see whether the process is credible or not. And of course, whenever it gets to nightfall on election day within Nigerian politics, I can tell you that there's always anxiety on the minds of opposition political parties, because governing parties in one way or the other always tend to be in control in one situation or the other. And so there's always that fear among opposition parties that results may be tampered with. But of course, the governing parties too will also be saying that opposition parties are tampering results in their own areas. So all political parties in one way or the other are often guilty of accusing the other party. So it looks more of like it's a Nigerian problem with Nigerian politicians that they don't like accepting the outcome of results. But if we are to judge this electoral system based on the outcome that we're already seeing before it's concluded, then there seems to be some measure of growth in the sense that a political party that no one gave room to is making an inroad. And look at the NMPP, for example, in Kano State. Dealing with the APC, that's the governing party at the national level and at the state, and making inroads into different political circles, senatorial districts, House of Rep members, because let's not forget, there was a National Assembly election too, and several political parties, apart from the PDP and the APC and the LP, are also emerging. So while there are challenges here and there, we await the final collation and outcome before we can have a proper understanding on what's going on. But from the signs we have seen, there seems to be some element of good outcome from what we have seen. But of course, are there challenges? Yes, very big challenges, and it's left to the political parties to put together their legal teams and challenge some of these things in court, like you have said, or they may just decide to forgo if they don't think they have the resources to go to court.
Okay, Sumla, thank you ever so much. Sumla Sambo is Arise Politics editor. He is at the National Collation Center here in Abuja, and he will be back later in this program and through the evening updating us on all the latest developments. Well, the head of the U.S. Observer Mission, Ambassador Mark Green, who is the president and CEO of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars and former administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, has been sharing his thoughts on these elections.
Democracy is perfect. The important thing is that we get more representative as we go along. So on one hand, we saw the resilience of the Nigerian people standing in lines, willing to brave the heat, whatever it took to make sure that their voices were heard and that voted counts. So that's something we should all be very proud of. On the other hand, they had to be resilient, and that was unfortunate. We obviously saw and noted as an observer mission delayed poll openings, not always having materials available, some confusion, and so while the people were resilient, the election administration process was not as smooth and not as transparent and not as effective as it can be and as it should be. Every country, every state, every community is different, right, in terms of the details, but it's the broad underlying principles that count most. And I think what we see here as a challenge is that there wasn't a dry run, there wasn't a test run done, there wasn't a stress test run done, so that we would have seen in advance some of the problems that were reported on election day. So I think it's insufficient planning, quite frankly. But most importantly, it's transparency. People in this country are hungry for democracy. The fact that you're covering these stories means that the media is hungry for democracy and elections and voting. And I think INEC would be well served to be 100% transparent all the time. So on election day, if there are problems that pop up, simply hold a press conference or put out a statement saying, look, here's the problem, this is why, and this is how long it will take to fix it. I think when there's silence, that creates a vacuum, and then people get fearful. They start to get suspicious. And so I think one of the most important things is for INEC to be transparent and to constantly be sharing whatever results they have, sharing whatever problems they see with journalists and with the public.
More observations being made by international observers. Charles, I mean, we've had a mix. In some aspects, INEC has gotten the kudos. In other aspects, gotten knocks.
Absolutely. It's an extraordinary development, and it makes the whole process not only raises critical questions, but it also makes you wonder whether, I mean, anything's been learnt at all over several years.
Thank you very much. Next state.
Well, let's bring in our first in-studio guest, shall we? Here's Emmanuel Njoku, a member of the Connected Development a civil society organization. Thank you so much, Mr. Njoku, for joining us on the program. We appreciate your patience. We know you've been here for a while. Extraordinary day, like Charles describes it.
Yes, it is.
What,
yes.
I mean, how would you describe the events of today? Yes, we're seeing 9 more results declared at the National Collation Center today. Yesterday we had the very controversial Ekiti, which is still lingering, as we've seen some walk out. But what do you make of the entire process?
Actually, before we come to you, we're having problems with your microphone, I've just been told. So let you and I can talk a little bit about this before we come over to him, whilst they're making the, okay, now I think they've got the sound fixed.
Okay, Mr. Njoku, please go ahead.
Okay, so, you know, for me, I'm a bit worried because a lot of Nigerians approach this election, you know, looking at the experience that they witnessed at the Ekiti National election. You know, there were doubts around the beavers. There were equally doubts around how the IREV, that's the result portal, will work. But as you are aware, I was at the election in Ekiti and as well in Osun State. There was this excitement that came with how the IREV performed in Ekiti and Osun State.
Off-cycle elections, just to be clear.
Yes, off-cycle election. I'm aware that on that election day, by 9 p.m. on the same election day in Ekiti and Osun election, over 95% of the results in that state had already dropped. They are on the IREV. So people approach this election with that expectation. And there's so much, so Nigerians have so much expectation. And there's this trust deficit that we've always seen in Nigeria, which INEC at this very time had breached that trust. A lot of Nigerians have come to believe and trust INEC. And we saw that in the voter turnout. Voter turnout in quote, because we still have not seen the total number of voter turnout, but we were in the field and we could see the number of people who came out to vote and the resilience of Nigerians staying till midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock trying to vote, because they believe that, one, that the results we are going to count and it will be made to be seen counting on the election day. And that was what the IREV was supposed to serve. But seeing INEC on election day by 10 o'clock, the IREV wasn't, by 10 o'clock, the IREV wasn't up yet. I can imagine that the goodwill that INEC has gathered in the build-up to this election, probably they're blowing it up with what we are seeing in this.
Right, but beyond that goodwill, which is obviously a legitimate thing, I mean, you need public confidence when you're carrying out an election, but beyond that, this failure to upload the results as promised to the portal and their failure to electronically transfer the results, I mean, that clearly raises profound questions, but does that raise questions for you about transparency? Because that's a different thing than just, you know, public confidence and whether people are happy with, you know, or sad that it didn't quite happen that it, but when it raises questions about transparency, then it calls into question the motives.
So first of all, in our election day procedures and processes, the weakest link is the collation process. I mean, after elections, and which is the reason why most educated people, middle class, upper class, urban city dwellers don't usually vote. Because after the polls and the polling unit, the result that comes out at the level of collation totally changes from what people saw in the polling unit. So the essence of the transmission of results and uploading on the portal was very important to manage this weak link. That way, everybody will be carried along. But however, let me say this, because we've gone through the whole INEC guideline and the Electoral Act, and I want to say this, maybe not a very popular opinion, that in as much as INEC has failed to upload the results on the IREV, it does not in any way invalidate the collation process that is going on, and it should not in any way stop INEC from collating results, because the electoral 2023 election guideline stipulates that at the ward registration area ward collation center, that after they've done the comparison between the physical results and the one in the beavers, and they've put in the data, the results on the form EC8B, which is the collation, the registration area collation center results, that after they've done that, that they shall upload the result on the IREV. And it ends there. It does not further say that if it fails to be uploaded, that it will invalidate the collation processes that is ongoing. The reason for that is to carry Nigerians along, to get political parties to carry them along. You know that in most situations, party agents' business is usually transactional. We've gone to polling units where you see party agents, 10 party agents in a particular polling unit, observing, supposed to be watching over the votes of their political party. But you see the big man, in quote again, the big man in that area comes and offers money to all the party agents, and they collude and overlook the process. So what the IREV was supposed to do was supposed to help the political parties at the state level, at the national level, to be able to oversight what their party agents have done at the collation, at the registration area collation center and local government area collation center. But that we have missed, and that is why I understand both the political parties that are demanding that INEC should upload this result before they go on are correct, in my opinion. But in as much as INEC is saying that they cannot stop for their failure of uploading the results, they are also correct by saying that we will keep going on. So, I mean, that's how I say it.
It sounds like a lot of confusion, because you promise to deliver something, and then you fail to deliver it and say, because there's a fallback mechanism which we are used to, then it doesn't invalidate what I'm doing, even though I've promised to deliver. But I want to read a portion of the press release by INEC on why they were having these glitches. They've allayed fears that it's not sabotage, but they say the problem is totally well, they're trying to allay fears. Thank you, because people are still wondering why
they're not buying.
Exactly, that's why we have the walkout. Yeah. Exactly. They said the problem is totally due to technical hitches related to scaling up the IREF from a platform for managing off-season state elections to one for managing nationwide general elections. And I read that portion because it talked about how IREV and Beavers was fantastic for our off-season elections, which you monitored. So when you hear INEC say they failed to scale up this system for an election we knew was going to come 4 years after they did the last one, I mean, it's inexcusable, isn't it?
INEC,
absolutely.
They have to say something. They just have to give a reason. But in my opinion, I think the reason was weak. Because after the off-cycle elections in Ekiti State and Osun State, and even the FCT election in 2022, we engaged INEC at different fora, as stakeholders, as civil societies, in different meetings. And one concern we had is, yeah, this thing has worked in Ekiti. This thing has worked in Osun State. But those are just polling units, less than 2,000 polling units. We are going into an election with polling units of 176,606 polling units. We hope that INEC will expand their bandwidth as such that it will accommodate the traffic, one, of the results that will be sent in, traffic of people who will be logging on. So, you know, you're supposed to have a login for you to be able to access the INEC, the IREV. You know, so typically for a big election across the country, you would expect, with the assurance of the transparency that IREV will bring to bear, that every politician running for office at the level of Senate, House of Rep, at the presidential level, will have situation rooms. Political parties will have situation rooms. Civil societies have situation rooms all over the places, tracking the results. So that should tell you that there will be a lot of traffic of users on that portal. So one would expect, we've been prepared, the date of this election has been announced 4 years ago. One would expect that this kind of excuses is not what we are supposed to see. But I believe this is very embarrassing for the country, most embarrassing for INEC, especially given, and that's where I'm bothered. The number of Nigerians that I've seen, the first-time voters that I saw in this election, not just people that turned 18. I know people who are in their 40s, 50s, who have never voted because they simply don't believe their votes will count. They all believed their votes were going to count. And not just the way it's going about, but because they can follow it. Citizens have set up situation rooms outside Nigeria to be able to track results in Nigeria, people living in diaspora. I am much more concerned that most of these people may not have interest anymore in going into election. And for us that we've engaged severally across every media, every platform, and we've assured Nigerians that these votes are going to count. We've talked so much about the IREV. Frankly, we feel bad. As we speak right now, I think it's just about 61,000 results that have dropped on the IREV 48 hours after the election. It is very disturbing. I really hope INEC find a way around this thing to get people, not just to say the election is transparent, but it has to be made to be seen that it is transparent. Because INEC assured us on all of this. I am very bothered, and I hope that INEC will come up. And so I'm seeing all the engagements, and people are saying, tell us, what is your problem? Let us first understand what the problem is. But we see INEC trying to play down on the role of the beavers. But most Nigerians and most political parties in this election are in the, sorry, not beavers, the IREV. Most politicians and most citizens are participating actively because they believe on the assurance of the transparency that IREV was going to bring to this election.
And I mean, you know, we talked about the worrying possibility of questions being raised about motive, because that's really key, isn't it? I mean, we're hearing that some polling officers in Lagos told voters that they were told by their supervisors not to electronically upload the results after voting, but that they should transfer the results manually and physically to the office. I mean, that's not something that we can 100% confirm, because you hear it from political parties and so on. They say that's the stuff, and you wonder about their own motives. But in those circumstances, that raises serious questions, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You know, so the whole essence, like I talked about, for this whole process is for politicians to be able to oversight their party agents at the lower level. Now, so the guideline says that after registration area, ward collation center, and that is where the journey of the beavers ends. Because from the polling unit to the registration area collation office center, when they get to that point, they are supposed to compare the physical results and the result on the beavers. And if they find that there is any discrepancy, the law says that the one on the beavers is supposed to override, to override the physical results. Then anything that happens after the registration area ward collation center, the travel of the beavers stops at that point. The whole result is now manually imputed into the form EC8B. What that now means is that beyond the registration area collation center, every result that gets to the state and that gets to Abuja, the politicians, the political parties and stakeholders at this level can no longer confirm. And it is normal. This is an election. People come to election with suspicion because it has been the in thing in Nigeria. Every political party trying to out-manipulate or out-trick every political party. So once at any time the election management body, gives a body language that shows that the transparency that was expected is no longer there, people will simply start pointing fingers. And it's not just in Nigeria. In 2016, I was in the United States to observe the Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton election. We know the outfalls of that election up to date. This is America that typically would think that are practicing international best practices when it comes to elections and democracy. Talk more of Nigeria. It is very worrisome. I will appeal to the INEC chairman as they resume at 8 o'clock. The clarifications needs to be made. There is a lot of trust issue, even in the political parties and the party agents. And so this now goes to tell how important the party agents are. And most of these party agents that we'll see when we go to the field, most of them, I don't think they actually even understand the essence and the reason why they are there. And they are very important. In the chain of this election, this whole confusion tells you that the most important part is at the polling unit and the registration and ward collation centers. Anything that goes beyond there, they can no longer start looking at the beavers device to start checking the results that were transmitted in the beavers device beyond the one that is supposed to be uploaded. All of that, that's why the chairman is now saying, let's finish this process. What that now means is that beyond this process, you can now go to court and call for all the beavers and start doing the whole process all over again. And that is why the politicians, they understand how going to court and how cumbersome and the stress that goes with it, especially when the ruling party is in power. It becomes difficult to upturn the process. That's why they are demanding that let this thing be done once and for all. That way they can be confident that the results that is here is the same thing that has been transmitted. But we are missing this very important part of our election process, frankly, and I'm very disappointed and worried.
I'm sure you join a long queue of Nigerians who are disappointed. But thank you so much for coming on the program, Mr. Njoku. We really do appreciate the time you spent with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections here on the Rise News. It's time for a break. We're back with more. Stay with us.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business we vote. Vote is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral.